Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Trident Build Series stream, part 5. How's everyone doing? Say hi to Pinnerprawn and Paul, Delmar. What else do we have here? Mr. Clown and Bill Brothers. How are you doing? Linus, PF Dennis, and Kaylee, Derek. Let's see, Francois and James and Jorgim. Hey, Micah Viking. Hey, Nutty and Colin. Trying to get Charlie's attention, give him his allotment of attention early here. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Ken. Hey, Papa Foxtrot. Cohos, Ari, Michael. Hi, everyone. Gerard, Mark, Sanity, Honored Twig, WM, Little Brat. We are, hey, so I realized something. Today is stream number 50 for me. This is the 50th live stream I've done. That's nuts. Yeah, Charlie, you can still tell close up, but he's getting a lot of his fur back. Whew. Even though most of it ends up on my bench. Hey, Grief. Hey, Manzi. Hey, Jaeger. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. 50 live streams in. So let me get the few just things getting sorted. Sound okay, music okay. I feel like the music might be a little loud. It's up to you guys. Jaeger. And we got a giveaway. So we will be giving away a Trident frame today. So let me get that. Let me get the link to that all set up. Put it in chat and in the video description. Charlie, that's not for you. So as with every other of these giveaways, I'll be doing the drawing at the 3-hour mark. I expect we're probably going to go a few more than that today. A couple or a few more than that. I'm hoping to make the thing move, if not print today. So, but that might be a little ambitious. Hey, Cameron. Welcome. Hey, Tunke. BBs. Hey, Christian from Copenhagen. Link not working. Oh, because I didn't, I need to make it, turn it on. Does it work now? I forgot to turn it on, I apologize. Let me get that into the video description as well. And save. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Hey, Thomas. Hey, Andres. Hey, Constantin. And Heiko. Nathan, Mr. Clown. Everybody. And it's working now. Awesome. And how's the sound? Did people give me some feedback on the sound? Good. Hey, Angie. So, not a whole lot else has been going on this week for me. Mostly just getting caught up on some other projects. So we will be diving into this as soon as we give Charlie his proper amount of attention. Otherwise he'll be crawling all over this thing all stream. What else do we got? So we left off doing the bed assembly and wiring. So I think we can turn the printer over and start hooking things up on below the deck. Ooh. Everybody watch Kenobi this week? Take part in any of the Star Wars celebrations? Brian Murphy, are you planning on doing CAN bus mod in the future? I am. So as part of the Tridex build I'll be running 2 Hoovids on that build. Hi, Kit. Greetings. Hi, Luke. Whew. I think Konobi was overall good. There were a couple of things there that were a little but I won't spoil anything. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to the series. I have not watched Top Gun Maverick. Charlie, that's a ruler. It's not a toy. I assembled my bed this week for my 1.8 build. Somebody told me how bad RTV smells. Yeah. I haven't actually used RTV. I haven't applied RTV on any of my beds. It comes pre-applied on the LDO stuff and on my on my other builds. I've just done the weight for a few days, putting it under weight to make sure that the adhesive sets. Hi, John. You know what? It's good that he plays. At 15 years old, he'll be 15 years old sometime in June. For him to still play is a good thing. Hi, Marcus. Hi, Charlie. So, hey, Sanity. Some comments on Twitter about the apparent age difference between Kenobi and Ben of Last Hope. Yeah, that's so hard to do, though. You just kind of have, that's something I feel like you have to suspend belief on. You have to just kind of let that slide. I mean, you've got an actor like Ewan McGregor in that role, and he was crawling all over the printers last night. He wanted to crawl up, I don't know if you can see, but he wanted to crawl up on top of my V2 way back here that's got crap piled all on top of it. He was gonna cause an avalanche. Hey, Joker Nut. Okay, I'll let you crawl around over there and wipe the hair off of here. Let's get this thing turned over and see where we're at. I gotta find a spot for more stickers too. That Only Benchies sticker needs a spot. I don't know if I want to put a plate here. I only have so much space along my backsplash there. Okay, let's see. We got a bunch of wires that are loose. Gently set this down, not on Charlie's tail. He's not pissed. No, he's not. He's really good. He doesn't mark his territory at all. So we have been very fortunate. The only time we had any problems is when he had his bladder problems. I could write some event where he faces a Sith and Natalie gets aged like Palpatine did. Okay, you can go over there. Okay. Printer cat does whatever a printer cat does, right? Cat knocked all my R2 parts that I had installed heat sets in off the table last night. Oh yes. What dimensions do the wire channels have from LDO? They are 20 millimeters by 25 millimeters. So about 3/4 inch by an inch. First time catching one of these live. I'm 4th in queue for my PIF parts with my kit in hand otherwise. Awesome. So PIF is moving pretty good. They've, as far as I know, have pretty much caught up everywhere. So there isn't too much of a wait in the PIF queue. So, okay. Let's see where we left off. We are on the LDO wiring documentation. So here's the manual. Let's go to the wiring documentation. And we have the bed wiring. And I think I was a little premature in turning this over because what I want to do before I start messing with the wires underneath is I want to secure, there's a cable, a zip tie channel here. I want to secure these in the proper spot in the chain here. So let me find stuff. Wherever I put the, it is a mess. It is a mess over here of disorganized bits and pieces, so. Hopefully it won't be too much. Where should I put the zip ties for this? Where did I put those? There they are. No, that's not them. Where did I put the zip ties? I'm already starting off strong. I just had them. I just had them. Maybe I accidentally put them in the other box. Let me be right back. Hey Wiley, welcome. I'll be right back. Got him. Installed my Voron Revo on my 2.4 yesterday. Very, very nice results. Yeah, I really like the Revo system, and I'm really just waiting for the Obsidian nozzle to install it on several printers. I like having the option of printing with carbon fiber filled filament, so. Hi, John. Okay, so zip tie, and then we're gonna gather up the wires for the cable chain. We're gonna feel the travel. Here, let's put this zip tie in here first. This is gonna go right about right there. Hi, Wolfgang. So proper zip tie channel there, proper zip tie channel up here. Keeps the wires going along the middle of this curve, the turn in the chain. Hi, Alex. Your videos help continue the build of my V2. I don't know what I would have done without them. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad they're helpful. Okay, now with that controlled, so I'm not pulling on all this when I'm working underneath, let's turn it back over and get busy. Gary, thanks for gifting 1 membership. It's interesting. When I look, like I was on NeroStream yesterday, I was looking at the options for gifting memberships, and it doesn't give me the option to gift 1 membership. It's 5, 10, or 20, I think. Congratulations, Johan, you received a gifted membership. Okay, let's go back here now. I have a question for you, Steve. On the last video, you have installed all the wires, you have installed on the print head 1 PCB, which connect all the elements on the print head to the controller. You have installed on the print head 1. So there's a Toolhead PCB on the afterburner, and there's a 14-pin connection there, and then there's a wiring harness that comes down to this breakout board. So 14-pin connection here, and then there's a bunch of pigtails that go over to the controller. And we'll get to that. We're gonna get to that today. We'll go through all of that. Do you ever use a CAN bus HUVID board? Not yet, but I have 2 of them and they're gonna go on the Tridex build. you know if it's possible to order this 2 PCB and where? Not yet, I don't think. I would check in the, you can ask in the LDO channel on the Voron Discord. Let's go 3. Must be subscribed to have the option. Oh, I had the option. I just didn't see 1. I could do 5, 10, or 20, but I see folks gifting 1 membership, so it was really cool. I like the small quantity. We left off at, oh, we didn't do any of this. Let's scroll back up. Here, bed, okay, so we have the bed thermistor and stuff. We've got power coming in as well. So this is the LED wire. And then we have bed thermistor and Z-stop. So both of those, nozzle probe they call it. Oh, and we are going to turn this thing in the same orientation as they use because I don't want to have to mentally translate it. Woo, there goes the, there goes the gantry. Papa Foxtrot, thanks for coming a member. Okay, so we have these 2, which are gonna come up. We're gonna go sneak into here. I'm gonna go across the stepper. Right in there, across the stepper, through here, and then up. I'm gonna go underneath the 14-pin connector here. Hi, Poity. I'm doing well. I am excited to get this thing running. So I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So we've got a bed thermistor. It's going right up here. I think we're on the edge of this cable being long enough. In fact, it is not wanting to stay. Let's try taking it through there. And then right here. That is just barely long enough. So I might want to feed back another little bit of length on that might be good. And then Z end stop all the way up here. Go in the 3rd back. It wants to go right there. Okay. Seeing the bottom makes me think about the creepy feet that Joel put on his printer. What creepy feet? I must have missed that video. Okay, and then we need to go with the bed power. So this comes around here. I think all the bed wires could probably use a little bit of extra length. Because I can't really take this up through all of the, it's a little tight. Like an extra 2 centimeters would be good on this. So I'm going to, there is enough room just not to take it through all the wire races. So I'm gonna exit the wire race a little early and then just go straight over to the blue distribution block. He printed human feet? That would be creepy. Is that an Octopus board? It is. It's an Octopus V1.1. Okay, so this is labeled as bed live, and that goes right here. With a screwdriver. It's this guy. Sneak that into the raceway a little bit. And then ground just barely long enough. I'm gonna be able to get it to sneak in there, but just barely. We need an orange and white Voron with cat paws for feet. Charlie edition. I looked at the motor expansion board you showed last stream. The price, including the stepper modules, wasn't much more to buy an SKR Pico. Would there be any downsides using a second MCU for Z? Not at all. Only having space for it. The little motor expansion board is, it has a small footprint, but so does the Pico. Hey, freak. I think Charlie would be happy with a bed or even just a blanket on top of a printer. Yes, he would. Okay, that needs to be, the ground wire for sure needs to be a bit longer. But that's why we're doing this. And I'm gonna take this LED wire and get it moving across the way. We'll figure out where it ultimately goes here in a bit. Just take it through all the raceways. Then it's gonna go into one of these wires up here. Okay. Oh, and we got a little pigtail wire to go from the other side of the SSR to the power block, the AC distribution block, and then the bed wires. Okay, let's find those. Stack of wires here. This is the pigtail for the SSR. Why motor 2-2 instead of 2-1? I don't know. I was just following their little diagram. It doesn't really matter, they're electrically the same. Maybe to separate them, make it look a little easier to distinguish. Okay, so that is the SSR, and we have the bed wiring. So this is pi power, this is probably bed. SSR signal. So I need to be able to see. So this is polarized, so make sure you pay attention, and the SSR is marked on its case. Here's the positive side on the top, negative side on the bottom. It's nice and snug, and then they say we can go all the way through here. Up into here, and up, and we're gonna go into Looks like they have us going to, let's look. Connect HE0 to the terminals on the SSR input. That's these instructions right here. Note that the SSR end of the cable has larger fork connectors. Connect the terminals bed power and motor power. We did that. Okay. So then on this side, we're going to HE0, which is this guy on the bottom. Will there be an RS-25 in this build, or will Pi be powered from the Octopus? It will be powered from the Octopus using a special little board. So we want to pay attention to the polarity on this. And sorry about getting my head in the way, but I need to see if the terminal block being in the way. Hi Steve, what's your opinion on 0.9 steppers? I use 0.9 steppers on all the XY steppers for my builds, only because they seem to be pretty common to get. I don't know that there's an actual improvement for them. I couldn't tell you that there is. There's the 14-pin connector for the breakout board. It's in there like that. I would not, however, if you're building a V2, I would not recommend 0.9 steppers for the Z drives. Your gantry will sag more. Thomas, yes, I know I'm losing hair. I'm getting old. And I've got cat hair all over. I wore a black shirt, which was a bad idea. Oh boy, it really was. Oh well. Charlie everywhere. Okay, 14-pin connector for the breakout board is in. SSR is wired up. All the bed wiring is in. The Z probe, the nozzle probe, and the thermistor are in. Let's go next. Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. Hey, Steven. So speaking of donating, there is a drawing today. Be sure you enter for an LDO Trident frame. We'll be doing that drawing at the 3-hour mark. So 2.5 hours from now, but we'll still be going beyond that for the build. The question is, what is better, buck converter or onboard power? Whatever you can get enough power from. Put VHB on your scalp and let Charlie climb up there, problem solved. It's okay, I don't mind. V3D did a test, 0.9s versus 1.8 steppers. 1.81. Yeah, you're gonna get, for an equivalent setup, I think you're gonna get more torque out of a 1.8. It's not good in here. Okay, so we are here. Now we get to do the Raspberry Pi connections, which I need to put the Raspberry Pi back in here. Where did I set that thing? Here it is. So this guy goes in here. That. Right there. And then we're gonna hook up the power. So you'll see exactly how we're gonna do power for that. So as part of this, hey Jared, welcome. LDO have their Pi mounting bracket the other way to make room for the USB and Ethernet. Well, I'm just following their directions here. So the Pi is that way. So let's see how this goes. So part of this beta kit, I don't know if this is going to be part of the final kit. I guess it depends on how well this works, but there is a little custom PCB that has a microfit connector on it, and this plugs in right here on the Octopus. So this 10-pin connector here is the UART and power connection on the Octopus. The one next to it is something else. There are pins, a connector here, but they're not actually connected. It's just to locate the whole thing and stability. So that goes on the Octopus side. Yeah, how far are you on your build, Jared? Hey, PJ from the Netherlands. I think you mounted the bracket on the Pi backwards. It's further left than in the photo. Oh, that's very possible. That is very possible. Does it matter? No, it can't. It can't matter. All this is centered on there. I don't know what they did. Bill Brothers, thanks for gifting some memberships. We're gonna go with this right now. I get what you're saying. But I don't think flipping the bracket around is going to make a difference. I've not done anything on it today, but electronics are done, bed is in place and wired. Basically just have to run the belts and put the toolhead on. So you're just a little behind me. So someone said nice UART breakout. And Jared is confirming what I'm about to say is they don't actually run the UART through here. This is just for power. They could have done that, but it complicates the setup. Golden Jaguar, you're gonna build a K3. Have fun. Let me know how it goes. Okay. Yeah, there's probably more room, but I don't, unless they mounted the clips opposite to what you are intended, which is possible, but that's okay. I think in the input shaper box is a companion PCB that has the input shaper FFC cable and a power input. So this guy is gonna go right here on the Pi. Hey DJ Natty, welcome. Jared, just a little, haven't had nearly as many build stream days as you have though. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, you haven't missed too much yet. We have the bed wiring done, and now we're working on powering the Pi. Pretty sure my Pi is in the same spot, only a USB cable and the power cable on there, and the power cable is short enough that the Pi being towards the left actually helps. Okay, well, we're going with it. I don't have a heatsink for the Pi, and I want one, so let me grab a heatsink out of my stash. The kits don't come with a Pi, so that's not really part of the evaluation, just because of the supply and price gouging issues with Pis right now. I think in the photo, they probably reversed the clip, which we could do, but I'm not gonna go through that trouble right now. And it's not quite proper because you don't have something easily to push against when you're undoing the DIN clips. So me get some tweezers so I can better align this. I think they probably just reverse those clips. Just get a heat sink on there. This is right, we had a Charlie visit at the start. Okay, so that's on, and then we have a little power cable. So this guy plugs into the board on the Octopus, down, and I'm gonna see if we can go down this way. Do I have enough room to do that? Not really. I might fake it just for the cleaner wire setup. We'll do like this. And then I gotta see again. Oh, they're clearly labeled, and I need a smaller screwdriver. Ground on top. 5 volts on the bottom. Why not rotate the Pi 180 degrees? Because it, I don't know. It might be fine to rotate at 180 degrees. I don't have a good answer for that. Pi-head. I've been really impressed with some of the attentive details from LDO. The PCB boards are super nice touch. They color coordinate the screws and washers that are visible. All the wires going into this power distribution block are all color coordinated, which makes it nice. Would make the other 2 connections easier. Steve Tufnell, it is just power. So this is a power PCB. They don't run UART through this, although they could. It just complicates the configuration and setup later. So I don't know that there's a big advantage to doing that. There's not enough room on the left side of the Pi for connections. Well, I only have one connection here. We can shift all of this. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure that this is the USB-C cable that came with it. Was yours a right angle like this? Oh, yeah, there we go. It fits nicely. Just like that. There's plenty of room. What's the big issue with the Pi? Nothing really. It just doesn't match what the LDO image is showing. But we are fine. All of that fits. We've got room. This can tuck over like that so we can get to the... This is an angled USB-C on this side. They're angled on both sides. And then we've got an Ethernet cable still to put in. But we've got data now for the Pi, and we've got power. Same one you had? Okay. There's also one in the Octobox, yeah. I have my Pi facing the same way on mine, it works best, yeah. If you wanted to flip the Pi and use a standard cable from the Octo itself, the other 2 connections would be easier. Got it. Bill Brothers, I do not think the connection would clear the wire channels. I use the taller ones. So the Pi mount here is taller. Is it taller? Or is it just 2 clips? Maybe it's just 2 clips. But I think we're good there. So let's go back here and see where we're at next. So we have pi power and data. Now we have all the breakout cables. Okay. Breakout cables. These we're gonna double check all the polarities before as we're connecting them. So we have part fan and hot end fan and the end stops and thermistors and all that stuff in here. So. So we are going to do the E motor. Let's grab this one. What is this? This is the filter fan. So that's for an extra. We have the hot end here. Fan. I think the rest of this is okay. Let's see what I can do here. But so we get a little less back of my head view and a little more close to the setup view. What do we think about that? It's a little better, and then I can get in here, still see. There we go. Okay. What USB cable interface with the bottom? Well, oh no, I mean, it touches against the bottom panel, but it's not pushing. It's fine. It's not pressing the bottom panel up or anything. Hi, John. Rubbish view, we can't see Charlie. He's laying in the sun right now. Oh. Let's just go through it. We have a heater, and polarity on this matters, and it is correct. And they have us connecting the heater, I think, to the bed output. Where is HE0? Did we do that yet? Yeah, hot end is going to the bed output here. And because they run an AC bed, the recommendation and the way they're going with this is hooking the bed up to the hot end output because it's a lower current, and the hot end to the bed output because for hot ends like the Rapido, which can peak to over 100 watts for a few seconds when it turns on. So it's safer to run it off the bed output than the hot end output. You're going to find it easier to pull the 14 pin in the PCB than pulling the flying wires in. Yeah, probably. I agree, Jared. I'll probably pull this so I can run some of these through the wire raceway. Let me pull this 14 pin off. It is really tight. There we go. I'll plug that in last because then it'll help hold in all the wires that are going to go through this raceway. I'm going to plug in the power the hot end last too. So let's go back. It's really hard to see the text in there without pulling it out. Yeah. Black PCB, red text. Let's go up here. This set of them is the E motor. Where did I put that? Right here. The TH0. Just grab the ones I'm going to need right now. That's probe. That's chamber thermistor. It's X stop. TH0. Oh, chamber thermistor. Is that one? And then we're not going to use the others. Okay. Watching from the phone is a pain in the ass. These kits are going to be available to the public around the end of summer. That's an estimate. Supply issues are real right now, especially on a couple of particular components. So the hope is the end of summer. The power terminals look incorrectly wired. What are we talking about? Are you talking about these power terminals? So we have one ground and then 3 24-volt power. Hi, Michael. The first terminal is empty, and that's okay because we've still got ground going here. All those grounds are connected. The ground shows going into the furthest left on their page. Well, that's not what we saw. Hold on. Let's go all the way back up here, because this is what we based it on. Let's see where we were. This is what I based it on right there. So the ground going into the second ground position. Remember, this is a draft version of the assembly manual too, so the pictures may not be consistent. Yep, pictures later are different from the ones before, but it should be okay. If we have problems, we can switch it up. Let's go back to where we were. Yeah, all of these I think are showing exactly what you guys are saying, the ground on the first one, but I think it's fine. Okay, we're here on the E-motor. Is this gonna be better? Or is something like this gonna be better? Which is the better view? Okay, E-motor. E-motor. CT chamber thermistor. I think I'm gonna need to get a flashlight to see these. CT is that one. That one right there. And TH0. TH0 is right here. Want to make sure. Yep, the pinout is correct. Not that it matters on these, but still making sure they are good. Which was the better view, the little webcam or the main camera? Oops, I hit the wrong button. Chamber thermistor and E-motor. Hot end thermistor, okay. I'm gonna be changing my glasses about 1 billion times today. Okay, so these go here. These are the 2 thermistors. Come up through here, and hot end thermistor goes here, and chamber thermistor goes into the next one. Those go right like that. And then the E-stepper comes around. And where do we have that going? All the way up to here. There we go. Okay. Let me know if your Z probe leads have an XH end on them or if they're flying. Z probe. So I've already plugged in the Z probe or the nozzle probe. I think they have an end on them. There's the probe. PF Dennis, gifted some memberships. Thank you. They have ends on them. Jared. Hey, Pietro. Get tired of our Sunday episodes of Eyeglasses Changing Simulator. I should see if I can find some, maybe find some different ones than these, but. Okay. So E-motor, chamber thermistor, Toolhead cable, and the XY end stop cable. That's this guy. Okay. So the XY end stop cable comes through here. And enters the cabling here. And then plugs in at the top here. So send that right like that. So now XYN stops there. Evil Knievel, yes, I have a 2019 STI. It's my third Subaru. I had a 2008 STI, then I had a 2015 BRZ, and now I have the 19 STI. I like it. It's fun. It's a lot faster than stock. Waiting for the Never Lift t-shirt to show up. I don't get it. I liked my BRZ. The stability control on it was a little aggressive. I like the looks of the newest BRZs though. Jared, I'm not going to comment on that for fear of incriminating myself. Okay, we have the next set of connectors is the fans. So we have a hot end fan, a part cooling fan. Yeah, I got the right foot thing. I just haven't seen those shirts. Z probe. Is that in here? Yeah, Z probe and Y stop and X stop. I think that's the rest of the pigtails. Okay, so ABL is there. What is that one? Part cooling fan. Let's go part cooling fan first. And let's confirm the polarity. Yep, that's correct. At least to the wires, the colors of the wires. Hot end fan is here. And X end stop is there. And Y end stop is there. These labels, just for future reference for anybody, all these wires have labels on both ends. And they are different, which kind of helps. The label on the breakout board side matches what it says on the breakout board. So XES here, but Y stop on the other side. Now this is kind of a bad example because they're actually different connectors. But if you look at the hot end fans, it says HEF here, and it says HEF on the silk screen, and on this side it says hot end fan spelled out. So the side that matches the text on the breakout board is what goes to this side. They're not using an XY end stop PCB. There is one at the in the pod. There's a PCB there. Y end stop, and is that all of them? Oh, the probe. So then we have the probe. So it says ABL. And exactly when I say that, they make a liar out of me, because it says ABL on the silk screen, it says probe here. I'm gonna suggest that they change that. If they're gonna make this match, let's make them all match. Okay. Now we have all of these to run. Yes. I saw yes on the plug. Okay, all of these should just go up the side, and then we have the hot end fan. So all of these are gonna come over here. It's the yes plug. There's no plug, just a yes plug. So we're going part fan first. Wow. Okay, so we can't go through the bottom raceway there. We've got to go straight across, which is fine. Then up into the first spot. Take the hot end fan next. To the second spot. Just like that. Then we're going to go with the X end stop next. And that is going to go here. That Y end stop right next to it. And then probe goes all the way up here into here, right? Yeah. And we're going to take this up like that. And then we have the LED strip. Where's the LED strip? We'll have to find where they want us to plug that in. And then the power for the hot end just comes through here and then just loops around and plugs in right here. Observing the correct polarity, because I think on this, the breakout board does get, I think this is where it gets its main power. So normally a hot end is not polarized, but in these Toolhead boards, it is, because it's grabbing its main power from that port. Let's see. LED strips go straight to one of the fan outputs. Yep, I just need to figure out which fan output they expect it to go into. So now that can close down. guess I can take this in there and just kind of hide it a little bit. That. That's why they're a pretty darn good car. It's my third, not that the previous two failed on me. What are we talking about? What kind of car? Are we still talking Subarus or something else? Okay, is that it? We have the display and we have the LED strip. They're going into, it looks like the second to last. Second to last fan output. There we go. Oops. That right there. Then we need to put the main 14-pin connector. Go there. And just kind of sneak it into one of these. That can loop up and that's fine. What are we missing here? I think we're good. Just wanted to say the PCB companion breakout boards and two-sided 14-pin wire looms are next level of universality. It does make it for a nice, easy install. Not having to crimp anything. This breakout board is nice because it allows for some changes in the controller, some flexibility. They can just make different pigtails depending on what controller is the thing or that's available at the time. The last two ports are the CNC fans, always on. Is that true? Maybe I'm seeing the picture wrong. Yeah, I think it's a full couple down. So let's go there. We've got part fan, hot end fan, and then PCB fan, which is, I think, the skirt fan. And then it skips one and the LED strip. So, yep, I think I got it right now. Thanks for that catch. Thanks for that catch. I think I've got it right now. It's not on a always on port anymore. So let's put the side skirt on and pretty much put the rest of the skirts on. But we got to get that fan set up. So let me grab the fans. Fans and printed parts. Part fan, hot end fan, controller fan, blank, lights. Yep, that's what I got. Thanks for checking, Jared. Okay, we have skirts. Just grab all the skirts out here. And then a fan, blank. So these side fans is a change for Trident R1, and it's just grabbing the fan setup from 2.4 R2. I think that's all the skirt stuff. Hi, Phil. Awake at 2 a.m. Whew. So yeah, this design here that we incorporated into 2.4 R2 by request. This is originally my design from when I built my first 2.4. I wanted to bolt the fans on. So this has been a user mod for a long time, and we brought it into mainline. Can I use two 60mm 3-pin Noctuas for electronic cooling? I don't think you can use a third pin on them, but you can use Noctuas for electronic cooling, no problem. Patrick, $5, thank you. With a nice Charlie little icon thing. The blank is for the exhaust Nevermore on the V2. So I guess the same for Trident. I'm not sure. The blank is for the exhaust. No, these are for the side skirts. I didn't print any of the exhaust stuff because the intent is to put a Nevermore in this in a later stream. Okay, we got these. Let me grab some heat set inserts. Just a note, if you were listening, because I was rummaging through bags, if you were listening to earlier streams and I was running short on fasteners, mostly the M3x25s, it's because they were in the spares bags. They won't be in the final kit, but for this, some of that stuff was tucked into the spares bags. Okay, this setup requires we put some heat set inserts into the fans themselves. Now I've found that this takes just a little more heat than putting the inserts into ABS. So I normally keep my soldering iron at just barely hot enough to put in a heat set insert. I have to turn it up a little bit more. So try your normal. If it doesn't go in relatively easy, then try turning it up a little bit. The blank unused fan port number 4 for the Nevermore. Yes, there's an extra one. I didn't print that for this though. Okay, switch the glasses again. Let's go there. There we go. I pre-installed most heat sets in this build, but these ones I intentionally didn't because I wanted to highlight the need for them in these fans. The blank unused fan, the glass-filled plastic on the fans, and it definitely does take a bit more, yep. So right now I'm at about 500 degrees Fahrenheit. I might even go just a little bit more, like 525 for this. Oh, I usually go about 450 for ABS, so maybe I'm high. I don't know. Not that high. I mean, I set it on the iron by feel. I don't want it to sink into the plastic and pop through the other side too easy. So I can't guarantee that the iron is showing an accurate temperature either. So your mileage may vary. I'm talking Fahrenheit on mine, because that's what the iron is marked at. Okay, and then I'm gonna turn it down a little bit because we're gonna go back into ABS next. I use 380, but I don't let the inserts get to that temp. I drop the insert on and basically go over to the part and let it slide in. I have a new soldering station now though, so 888D will be a glorified heat set inserter. Okay, so then now these little backers get a heat set as well. Monkey Butler Labs, happy Sunday. Hi, Jose. Okay, let's turn that down. Get these guys in here. Actually, which side do I want to put these in? I'll put these on this side. Yeah, Jared, we had quite a lot of fun with the gifted memberships feature last weekend. Quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Oh boy, cat hair. I think there's some cat hair permanently embedded in these heat sets now. Oh, what do we got? I missed something. Gee, Funny Money, thanks for gifting some memberships. Extra fiber reinforcement, that's right. Okay, I only have 2 heat sets left. I don't think I'll need them. I wonder if I'll need them. We'll find out. All right, let's get all this together. The way that these go, so this is the outside, and I want the label of the fan to be inside, and then I want the wire to go in that little spot there, I think. So we're gonna put this one on first, and then paying attention to the orientation of the logo. That's not the one. That's the one. There are recesses on the back of these, right there, and there's one spot that doesn't have a recess, and that goes to the outside. So we're gonna do this, and get a few. Better Than Yours US, thanks for becoming a member. For everybody who might not have heard before, I'm planning on my first members only stream the Saturday before Murph. So I think that's the 18th of June. And it'll be the same time, 10 a.m. my time. So the same time as this stream starts, just on a Saturday. And then we'll do our normal Sunday build stream. that Sunday. Okay, so that one is on. Now for the other one, I want to do the same thing, but it gets rotated so that wire goes up into that little pocket, just like that. And then find the grill that matches. So we will have, at this point, we're gonna have an extra stream on Saturday. So one thing to note about the gifted memberships, if anybody is wondering why they haven't received a gifted membership, there's two things. You need to notice that it's asking you if you want to receive it, and you have to turn that on. And then channels or viewers that are on a branded account, which is, to my very limited understanding, it's basically an aliased account, kind of, where you have a main account and then you spin off an account just for YouTube. Branded accounts aren't eligible. So if it's different from your main Google account, I think, and there's probably some nuances there in exactly what that means. That's my very limited understanding. Ooh. Hi, $5. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. I do this because it's fun and you guys are fun to hang out with while I build. Okay, so on this side, since we don't have fans, there's just these little blanks that go in here. What would be the benefit of chamber temp thermistor be other than monitoring the temp? Linking it to the exhaust fan to exhaust more. Yeah, you can just use it as additional data. It's really useful if you run like the frame expansion compensation. You use the chamber temperature and another thermistor in the frame. But you can use it to like start your print at a certain temperature, that kind of thing. That probably means my account isn't eligible. Could be, Jared, I'm not sure. That's just my very limited understanding. Andrew, I got my rep box the other day, printing off a wall mount right now. Have you used yours yet? I've not actually used it, but I'm planning to when we get the ERCF going. And I think I've decided to just get the rep spool rewinders. So that's what I'm gonna do for filament management. If they don't accept, does it eventually time out and offer it to someone else? Or does that membership disappear into the ether? I'm not sure. I tried to get that answer because I had some questions for YouTube on it. So I did a support talk call and I didn't really get an answer to that. They focused on my other question. PF Dennis, thanks for gifting some memberships. We tried to saturate the gifted memberships last week, but didn't quite get there. I actually think you did. There were more memberships gifted than new members to the channel. So I think it was saturated. Hi, 3DP Freak. The way YouTube explained it to me, the little bit of explanation I got is that memberships not gifted get refunded to the gifter, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Do I get to sign up for a frame giveaway? Absolutely. Everybody should sign up for the frame giveaway. Squirrel Brain, thanks for becoming a member. Derek, thanks for gifting some memberships. Do you know you can use Clipper multi-pin to connect the controller fan separately? What do we... Did you know you can use Clipper multi-pin to connect the controller fans separately? I'm not sure exactly what that means. Would it be hard to build a Trident out of LDO V2 kit, seeing you can't get a Trident kit yet? I know you have to get the extra frame pieces and switch out motors for the Z. I'm not sure that would be worth it. There's quite a bit of difference. I couldn't tell you right now that you would have all the lengths. A big one is you would have to build a squat Trident, I think, because the corner extrusions on a Trident, I think, are taller than anything. Like I have a 350 V2 here. So if you bought an LDO V2, and I'm gonna pull out Wiley's favorite ruler, that's a 530 millimeter corner extrusions. On a normal Trident build, I'm not gonna measure this one because it's a 300 cube model. Well, they're 500, so maybe, okay. They look taller. Maybe. Does the winner get to pick the frame size? Yes. So Jason will allow you to pick the size and color. Twitch allows you to gift to anyone who is subscribed when using random gifts to anyone when giving to a specific person. Okay. Okay, so all of these are done. We're done with that assembly. So let's go back here. So for the drawing, you must be present to win. However, I do the drawing at the 3-hour mark. So you know when it's going to be, because these streams tend to run long. I don't want folks to be hanging around and wondering when the drawing is going to be, and especially for some of you where it's getting late and it's a Sunday and work tomorrow, and it just seems more fair to me to do it this way. Okay, let's start putting some skirt pieces on, and then we'll put on the screen, and then we'll wrap up the covers for the wiring, and we're doing good. Oh, I am way behind because I was scrolled up. Where are we at? Wolfgang, multi-pin my controller fan pins. And what does that do? That's interesting, but what does that gain me here? Does that gain me anything here? Wolfgang? Okay. You do not have to solder. Well, this came pre-done. And I now I get what you're saying. You're controlling multiple output pins for a function. This all came pre-done though. So there's nothing I have to worry about here. Oh, Charlie wants out. Okay, is this view still reasonable? Let's see if we can get a little wider, a little taller. There we go. There goes another one. Chat delay versus stream awkwardness. Awkwardness? There's no awkwardness. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just do one side of this at a time. So go here. gonna go there. Can Charlie put his name in the hat for the frame? That would be no fair. Counting down the remainder of Derek's gifted subs, I think we run out of non-members. Oh, I see. Everybody who's not a branded account is a member. And DJ Natty. Everybody in DJ Natty, or every branded account in DJ Natty is still gray. But DJ has another account, I can confirm. Golden Jaguar, thanks. I'm really liking this color combo. 3DP Freak, Catnip, €5. Thank you. Charlie thanks you. And he wants back in. I need an automatic door for Charlie. You coming in? Come on. Let me get my tweezers. What's funny for me, I've had Jared CO1 longer than I've had a Google account. So when I tied the Google account to my YouTube account, made my Google account primary and that one secondary. When is Charlie getting a color cam so we can live stream? You would get a view of his bed nearly 24/7. There we go. Okay, now bring out the long screwdriver. Next project, printable Charlie door. I don't want to cut a hole in my wall though. I'm just gonna have to be his servant. That's just all there is to it. Ah. Anyone going to Maker Fair Delft next week? Where's that? I'm contemplating going to Earth. It's just going to be put it in a window. I don't have any windows between here and the rest of the house is the problem. Okay, there we go. There, a door opener for Charlie, €5. Thank you. Hi, Charlie. I need over here. Hey, I grabbed the right one. It's in the Netherlands. That's a bit of a travel. A window is just a pretty hole. Yes, my life as a servant is true. Right, Charlie? Ugh. There. one of my cats is currently using my lap as a heated bed. Well, that's what it's for. Print a boat and you can go. That'd be quite the print. Martin Wilson, 499. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. If Ferris Bueller can wire up something that surely Steve can. Yes, that is a screwdriver. That's not a chew toy. Okay, shift this to center. You don't disconnect anything. We serve Her Highness Holly, the Holland Lop bunny in my house. Is it an actual bunny? Like a bunny rabbit? Here, let's go the other way on this one. Where did those go? There we are. Go. Mini breed. This one and this one. Oh yeah, there's a lot of cat hair on my back. There we go. That's a little better view, I think. That's not for you. Remember my question on Nero stream? Charlie and you on a lonely island, who would be the emperor? It is reality. Well, yeah, we all know the answer to that one. Charlie was double checking that the freaking ABS is edible. It's not. It's not. You're being a terror. I think Charlie disagrees about the ownership of the printer. Yeah, he is completely claimed it. Oh, that's a screwdriver. That's not food. Bunnies surprised me, never knew they had such personalities. Bunnies are so soft. Charlie just wants attention, that's all. Charlie is acting like you never give him attention. I don't. This is the only time he ever gets attention, so I've trained him, see? I've trained him that everybody likes Charlie attention, so I don't touch him outside of stream, and he knows that he can get his attention now. That's not true at all. He just never gets enough attention. One thing he is doing, he's 15, he's a little more tentative in jumping down from height. Okay, we're almost done with these side skirts. This is taking a little bit. Wow, I had that that T-nut in the right spot. There we go. A lot of male tabbies are attention seekers. Mine pretty much wants it all the time. Yeah, apparently. I completely... He's proof of that. Now, we just take this and just tuck this in and plug it in right there. There we go. Cool. Let's go front skirt. More like Charlie Bugs while Steve builds. Yes, that's a good one. Charlie Bugs. Okay, so this kit came with a touchscreen for the display. That's one of those things I'm not 100% sure that's going to come with the final kit. But it's here, so we're going to install it. We've installed stuff like this as extras on other printers, but this one is coming with it. So came with the longer FFC cable needed and a WaveShare 4.3-inch touchscreen. Need this and the screws. And this is the display. Oh, you know what I don't think it comes with? I wonder, the little tiny self-threading screws for the cover. I have not seen those. Yeah, I like these displays. 4.3 inches, a decent size. M2x10s? No, I'm talking about the M2x10 is way too long. So this is the front that goes on the display, right? Goes over the display. The display mounts on here in this little frame, and this goes on. And on the side of this are two little tiny, like M2s, but they're not very long. They need to be like 5 or 6 millimeters long. The wafer heads are M3s, and those are meant for the probe. You put the M2x10s, Jared? You put M2x10s in there and it worked? Dropping everything over here. They don't hit the display, at least they haven't yet. Well, I'm not worried about it hitting the display. I'm worried about the spot right here having enough plastic to put an M2x10 without splitting it out at the end. Because if you look at the hole here, that's in line, and see how it gets smaller here? There's not enough meat there for an M2x10. I'm not gonna put an M2x10 on here. I'm gonna re-explore this, but I don't want to split this piece and have to reprint it. So I've got some M2 self-tappers I'm gonna use. I would be curious, Jared, if you get any chance, if you can see it, see if it split that plastic with an M2x10. If you can get in there and see it. If it's splitting the plastic, I don't agree with that as the recommendation. So I'm going to make a recommendation to LDO that they change up add the fasteners. So these have little plastic covers on the standoffs for some reason. Let's take these off. The LCD mount parts could use a minor revision, honestly. Absolutely, I agree. There's a few things that I would do different on this. A few things that I did do different because this is my tweak. Like these, the sides here are open on the user mod, and the logo here is a hex that's inset that doesn't print very well. I've got kind of an idea of how I would do this different in my head, but I haven't had a chance to try it. Okay, so we're going to just thread all of these. So these little screws are what came with the display. So these little Phillips head M2s or whatever came with the display. The path for the flex cable is a bit wonky as well. Yeah, it's kind of hard with it on the very edge of the display here though. I'm not sure what else you could do with that. Okay, are we ready? Because we got to do this at some point next. So, ready for this? Let's see if I can get a little better view here. Where are we at? There we go. Are we on here, Steven? And okay, so trying to keep my grubby fingers off of there, even though it's a touchscreen and it's meant to get them. This goes on here, kind of slides in from the bottom. And then I need to find, I have screws, but a couple of small screws on the side. Where did I put those? I bought this little kit on Amazon ages ago, and it has M1.4, M2.3s, M2x5. I think I used the M2x5s on my last install of these. Okay, so 2 of those. And my glasses. This detail work. And this is one of those things that you don't over tighten. All it's doing is holding it in place. And yeah, it immediately cracked. Even this M2, it cracked that piece behind it. Yeah, it's cracking both of them. But it's gonna hold it in place. Not too pleased with that, but yeah, maybe a tweak to that is in order. Wonder if that's a maintained mod that would be willing to take some suggestions. I bought this. So these are cheap though. This is like a $10 little container of miscellaneous screws. I can break out these, but I don't have a use for them right now. Thinking about building a Matsumi framed filament box on the side or top of my Trident for ERCF. Haven't gotten to details yet. That'd be cool. Jason, 99.99. Hi friends, enjoy Steve's building for LDO Trident kit. Good luck on giveaway. I have a kid on baseball tournament. Oh, fun. Happy Sunday, happy Memorial Day if you're in the States. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. Just don't grab the print by the LCD frame. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm just not pleased with how that cracked. There's some tweaks that could be done to make this better for sure. Thanks for stopping by, Jason. Okay. Let's get all of the front panels in. This one I pre-pushed the little logo accent into. So we'll do that on this one. And those just fit in, friction fit, and they get held in with the stepper. They can't fall out. So we go there. Where are we at? 11:48. We are almost to powering this thing up. Let's go there, there. Oh. Waveshare 4.3 DSA, capacitive touchscreen. Yeah, if you search for Waveshare 4.3 inch DSi, that's what I always search for to find it. Okay, slide this in, and about 1 millimeter from the end should be about where it centers. My multitasking skill, I do not multitask. Ask my wife. She'll tell you for sure. She'll confirm. Building and reading the chat at the same time. Yeah. So be careful, there is a 4.3 inch version, the Big Tree Tech version of the display. The mounts are different. The mounts are different between all of these. So if you want to use this exact mount, here's my recommendation in general for displays, is find a mount you like first and then get the display that fits it. Because they are all different. And it's really irritating that they are, but they are. Do the skirts change for the larger screen, or is it the same overall width? It's the same. So this isn't actually wider than the Mini 12864. That's why the 4.3 is such a nice size. It fits in here really well. See, these are the standard skirts, and the display fits right in there. Before I put this on, I'm gonna put the display cable in here. And I just glanced at one of my other ones, confirming that the insulated side of the cable, of the ribbon, goes to the outside. So, let me switch where to put my glasses. Where did I put my glasses? Stream's over if I can't find my glasses. I found them. Would that mount work for a 2.4 R2? Exactly. It's the same thing. It's the same mount. I probably should have put this cable in here before I put the mount together. It would have been a lot easier. Because you don't have a really great angle on this. There we go. So that goes in there, just like that. Is there a screen for the Voron Zero? There is a little text display screen. Where did I thought I had one of those right here. This is a Voron Zero display, mini display. It's just a text, an OLED. Yeah, I think it's 1.3 inch with a little knob and a NeoPixel here. Only issue I find is the handles for the front panel are a bit in the way. Yeah, I was thinking if I was doing a mount for these from scratch, I'd probably rotate the screen so the thick part of the screen is at the top. When I go looking for my glasses, they're often on my head. I just don't store them like that. They fall down. I don't have enough hair to hold them in place. Dark Neutrino, I'm doing well. And you? I'm doing really well. We're having fun. LDO is enabling my addiction, allowing me to build this on stream in front of people. Oh, well. Tip for the display, you can have power problems on your Pi hooked up by micro USB. The display is powered by the Pi. It is. We're using USB-C on this Pi, but we're not powering it from there. We're powering it from a... That is not lined up anymore. Why not? There we go. Need some clip-on cheaters like shades. It's not too bad. I just deal with it. It's fine. Center that. Supporting addicting is okay in this case? Yes. Then I think this comes down through here. No, I don't want to do that. Probably just run it right like this. Kind of underneath the thing, or just go like this. The V0 display is an additional MCU, and mine disconnected twice in the last week, killing prints. That's really weird. Make sure you have a quality USB cable going between them. Does LDO have a Texas distribution center, or am I thinking of a different company? So LDO uses distributors. So I don't know if any of the distributors are located in Texas, but you'd be looking for your resellers. That's what I meant. There's at docs.ldo.com, there is a reseller list, a distributor list. Okay, so touch display goes there. Is there any things on this? Yeah, and then we just put all the The cover's on. Okay. I think that goes with the blue insulator to the outside of the pie. Is that right, Jared? Without grabbing another one to double check. I think it goes right like that. Okay. Last cable we need to do is the Ethernet cable going to the rear skirt. So let's get all the pieces for that. Oh, you know what? I went looking for a Pi heatsink. There was one in here. Oops. Where is the... There it is. Blue always goes to brown. Blue always goes to brown. Am I backwards then? I can't, there's brown on both sides. What is the rule on that? Is it blue to the inside then? Oh, yeah, okay. I have it backwards, right? So this should go like this. All right, like that. And that makes it lay a little nicer. Blue to the inside, towards the heatsink, towards the Pi processor. Blue towards the Pi processor. Is that right? Okay, kit comes with a thin, flat cable, Ethernet cable, and it's kind of nice. This is a nice little Velcro strap that holds it together. And then we're gonna go over here. So let's plug this into the Pi, and then we're gonna go around this way. Let's sneak this in here. In here. I need to sneak this into a different slot that's clear. There we go. And then all the way down here. And we've got a lot of extra. So let's use up some of that extra over here. There we go. And we have a keystone jack. But the blue reinforcement on the FFC should go to the brown locking tab on the Pi and the... Okay, so I did have it correct the first time. I did have it correct the first time. It's backwards right now. Well, let's leave that while I deal with this. I know the display side is correct. I double check, cross-reference that to my other printer. Okay, keystone jack. Let's see, this is going here. Let's just go to the outside one. This goes in. Which side does that go? That goes there. All right, like that. And let's, well, that's falling. In the picture, the wiring is facing towards the power supply. The writing is facing towards the power supply. I'm confused. We'll see. Always look at the schematic and trace the wires, yes. In this case, at least there's, I mean, it won't make a connection if it's backwards, right? And I'm just going to attach the skirt piece here. That one and that one. That one's not lined up. Why isn't it lined up? Let's try that. There we go. Plug it in, turn it on if it's works. In this case, that's probably okay because it's insulated on one side. It's just not gonna make a connection if it's wrong. But make sure you understand what you're doing before you use that way. Correct. It won't hurt in this case, but don't apply that logic to every connection. Okay, last skirt piece. The skirts will be done. Center it. If it tingles, it's in wrong. That is true. Don't let it tingle. It's gonna go right like that. That goes around the end, so we can still put the cover on. This comes in just a little bit more. There we go. Now we need to put all these covers on. I'm gonna even save this for after the covers are on. There we go. Okay. I have one pre-cut for the right lengths. Anywhere. No. Okay. So I think this is the, maybe that one was. That one's really close. That's going there, but it needs a little bit cut off of it. Cut that much off. Where are my, there they are. Okay, this goes in here, this. Stay in there. One on. That one goes on just as it is. That one goes on like that. We need a piece right here. There. That one goes on like that. We got two more pieces here. I'm gonna put this one. I'm gonna put this one on next. Yeah, right there. Hi, Soph. Wrote the location on the cover so I wouldn't get them mixed up. Yeah, well, I didn't cut any of them before, so I think I'm just putting them wherever they fit, cutting them to fit. There's one there. This short one needs a little bit cut off for it to work. Let's hope the Trident is not tipping off the counter. No, we've got enough. We've got enough on there. It's not precariously perched. That one goes there, and then one more. Now I'm gonna let this kind of cover all the way across here. Even though it doesn't have anything to clip on over here, we're still gonna let it kind of hide the wires a little bit. And there we go. This goes, what did we decide this goes? Almost time for no sparks. No sparks, no jinxing. Let's take a good look at the wiring here. Can I open image in new tab? Let's get a better view of this. Does this match with what we're seeing here? It does not. That's really weird. I mean, I'm matching up with what I do on my other printer. This does not match with what they did though. Because you're looking at the printing on the wire, blue to the outside, oh, which doesn't match that either. Okay, it looks like it's opposite, so we're gonna go this way. And I bet you I'm right. Outside blue, there we go. That's on there, that's just gonna hang here. It's a nice light cable, it's not gonna do anything. All of this is connected, power is here. We previously had tested that we did hook up all the mains correctly. We have 24 volts out of the power supply. At this point, I think we can power it up and see if we're looking okay. We've got to do all that. I think we're okay. You can see the pins on the DSL connector on the inside. So the pins, yeah, I think we're okay on this ribbon cable. It's just a little confusing because the printing is on the opposite side on this than the one in their picture. Where are we at? 12:12. We've got another 45 minutes until the drawing. 45 minutes-ish, a little over 45 minutes. Sad weekend for me on my Trident. The right Y rail is broken. How did the Y rail break? Am I cocky enough to put the bottom cover on? No, because no matter what, I need to put a, I mean, I guess if we set up the Pi image and get all that done, but then I have to go in and do the firmware. I've got to power everything on in order to do that. So I'm not going to do that. We are going to power it on with a nice clear view of the bottom of the printer, just in case. Move this over. There we go. Got a nice view there, right? Okay. What do you think? Plugged in. Are we ready? You paying attention? Everybody watching? Here we go. Cool. No smoke. No smoke. No weirdness. Nothing going on. We're doing good. Run Charlie, run for your life. He's sleeping. You've done this enough time, I would hope no smoke. Well, yeah, but it's still, every time. It doesn't matter if I'm building on my own. It takes a little bit of building up courage to get that first power on. No, the bed was not heating, so it's not on by default, which is good. So we're gonna move this over and I'm just gonna shift everything around and switch over to doing some software configuration. Okay. Ah, whoop, missed a stream, but it looking good. You've got a long ways to go. We got a lot of stream left to go. So. Insert Nero testing PSU. No sparkles. Okay. I am going to use, so this came with a Kingston 16 gig card. I am going to use the Raspberry Pi imager to set up mainsail on this. I have not yet gotten the Raspberry Pi imager to work. I don't know why. I always have to switch over to Balena Etcher and write the image that way. And I'm hoping we can figure out why I haven't been able to get that to work. Checking the bed was the first thing I did on my latest build after I didn't see spark smoke from the electronics. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to see if things are turning on startup. They shouldn't be. Does this kit come with a bottom panel to cover the electronics? Yes, it does. And yes, we will be installing it because that's a required piece of any build is to install the bottom panel, as far as I'm concerned. I do see you miss the heat sets on the bottom of your fan skirts. I did. Thanks for catching that. Thanks, Steven. I'll add those. I used RPi Imager yesterday. Works great for me. I have not been able to get it to work, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So let's find out today. You guys will catch what I'm doing wrong, I'm sure. I've tried it on stream before, and it just doesn't work. I don't know why. Yes, bottom panel is required. Well, the V0 has stuff over the electronics. It doesn't have a panel, so on a Trident and a switch wire and a V2, the bottom panel is required. So we're gonna do that. However, before I forget, since Steven was kind enough to notice and point out, I didn't put heat sets here. I'm gonna put those in real quick. I have, looky there, I have exactly 2 heat sets left in my bit. Camera focuses on the hair on the shirt. Really highlight that cat hair. Here, so you don't get the view of my back. Yes, the Charlie is yeah. He sheds less now than he used to shed. I don't know why I forgot these, but I remembered all the other ones. Okay, that's taken care of. Now, FDA VPAC. Let me add a bottom panel on the Legacy. It doesn't need it because the electronics is fully enclosed. There is no bottom panel to exist on that one. What I noticed is that the Pi Imager doesn't remember your Wi-Fi password correctly if you have already had it set. At least for me, that was a problem the last time. Okay, we'll find out. Hey, see ya, Evil. Thanks for being here. A bit obvious, but I drive a 2017 Daytona 392 Charger. Those are good sounding cars. My cat is white and black, long fur. I take him wherever I go. Charlie would not do well taking him wherever I go. Did you fix your wireless router so you can log in and find the new IP? Yeah, I got a new one. I got the Amplify Alien. It's working really well. I hardly have to touch it. Okay. Let's get to this. So, I have the SD card in the laptop now. And Imager, Raspberry Pi Imager. Now I've used this within the last 2 weeks. So, oh yeah, this thing is, the scaling on my screens is frustrating. I've got a 1440 screen and a 4K screen. So Windows has a hard time sometimes with getting things scaled correctly. Okay. Did this ask for an update when I started it? I didn't actually read. I was worried about the scaling. Oh, there's a newer version of the Imager available. Will you like to download it? Yes. Download for Windows. 1.7.2 now. That's new as in like the last 2 weeks. Because I used this very recently. Let me close this other one. And install. And run. Is it going to be better about the scaling? No. Okay, here we go. There's a new version, 1.7.2. So we're going to choose the OS, and we're going to use other specific purpose OS and 3D printing and mainsail. And this version says it's cached on your computer. When streaming, it's usually nice to have an HD monitor and move streaming content for auto sizing of windows. Yeah. Hi, Serge. So is this the latest version? Because this is the version that's cached on the computer. Let's check. So mainsail OS 061. Let's check on that. Let's use one of these other windows and go to docs.mainsail.xyz. And we're gonna go setup and mainsail OS, and we're going to, let's go here and download the latest mainsail release. 061 is the latest release, so I wanted to confirm there. So, and I wanted to show how to confirm there. So we're gonna choose this. Now, do you still have to Control Shift to get because if you go here, this has all the stuff. Hit Control Shift X before you write. What does that do? Let's close this. Control Shift X. Oh, that's the same thing that I just brought up. Yeah. It's not hidden anymore. So we're gonna set a host name and we're gonna call this, let's just call it Trident. I don't have another printer on here called Trident, and maybe we'll call it LDO Trident. Because I'm not keeping this printer. So it's going back to LDO. Choose storage first. Well, that's okay. I think we can do this. Enable SSH, and we're gonna set a password. So I set a password. Why not use Q? However you say that, because I never have before. Configure wireless, and here, I'm going to, you know what, does it matter that, let's do this. Don't forget to untick show password. Oh, thank you. I think this is fine. Nobody cares what my SSID is. And then that. And then this. I think I can just type US here. There we go. And we're gonna set US. And I think that's it. Is there anything I've missed? Is there anything I've missed here? Because this is the same stuff I've gone through before. And it just doesn't work for me. And I don't know why. Have I missed anything? That way didn't work for me for whatever reason. I had to do the older image of mainsail and install from that using the imager and run the updates after the original mainsail. That's it. Everybody's thinking we're good. Turn off telemetry. Enable telemetry. We don't need that. Okay. So we're going to save this. There We're going to choose our storage. That's the 16 gig card that's in there. I can't find it on the network. It won't show up. I don't change the Pi password until it's installed, but that shouldn't make a difference. No. So let's go ahead and write. All existing data, that's fine. YOLO. Make sure you're connecting to the 2.4. Oh, 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. Yeah, all of that should be okay, because as soon as I do it with like Balena Etcher, everything works just fine. Do you need to whitelist the Pi on your Wi-Fi? Nope. All of that, I mean, like I said, as soon as I switched over to using Balena Etcher and doing everything manually, it came up right away. Let's find out. I mean, I'm assuming I'm gonna have a problem, but that's a bad assumption. It may just work. Check the file after the write. Well, it encrypts it scrambles the password in the Wi-Fi supplicant file. Did you try licking it before you put it in the Pi? No, but I'll try it this time. Oh, maybe the image in the RPi cache is correct, but it's the same one I used. Oh, it's not necessarily the same one. It's not necessarily the same one. You know what? I think that's probably a likely. Remember many streams ago, or several streams ago, I was having problems and I ended up re-downloading the image file. When was that? Was that before or after the January that this image was created? If this doesn't work, we'll try deleting the cached file and have it re-download the mainsail image. I had to open the appropriate config files after the image finished and put my SSID in manually. You shouldn't have to do that though. I would lean towards a corrupt cached download. Okay, so it's been written. So let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens first. So let's shift this over here. Put the one nice thing about having the Pi this way and shifted like this is it's a little easier to get to that. Let's turn that on and we wait a bit. Hey, can a stealth burner be used on a Voron Zero? No. There's going to be a mini stealth burner though. You would have no print area left if you put a regular stealth burner on a V0. Yeah. Hey, I can see it. I can see it. Well, there was a display on it. Now it's off. Let's see if it comes back. Whoa. The Pi's not getting power anymore. Why not? I got no lights on the Pi. I saw a window on the display for a moment and it's gone. But I don't have any power lights. There's no power lights at all. Shouldn't I have some indicator? I'm not getting anything. I guess we'll wait. Doesn't usually, yeah. Disconnect the display and try without it display. But I had a visible, an actual screen on, or image on the screen for just a second. You guys didn't see it, but I saw it. So this has to be connected correctly. I wouldn't have seen something. The octopus is not flashed yet. We're not getting anything at all, so I'm going to power cycle it and see what happens. Here, let's... Let's see what happens. Got a little. Yep, there's that. All this is normal. Yeah, main cell won't automatically configure the display. We'll need to make the, configure this, but we'll get this kind of thing that you see here. Things are going, so let's see what happens. So Berserker Dirk, this is not Stellar Blue. This is Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Blue. I have an example, Stellar Blue here. This is Stellar Blue. It is not as, I don't know where, this is the wrong camera to show that too, but. It's not the same. The Stellar Blue is a bit dark, or yeah, a bit darker. More power than the octopus can deliver. I shouldn't be. Where are we at? It wants to log in. So let's see if we can see it. We are booted. So let's go back here. We can close this and bring up a command window. Whoa. Let's ping LDO Trident.local. Hey, looky there. We're getting a response. Let's go. I swear, this is the first time this has actually worked for me. I have not been able to get the Pi Imager to work for me before this. This is the first time. We're in. Are you able to run Input Shaper while using the Clipper screen? Of course. So we are in. Woohoo! So let's go immediately over here to Machine and refresh. Yeah, maybe something, I don't know what changed, but I did this for this V2 here, just like 2 weeks ago. I went through the same process and it wouldn't show up. So, okay, so we're just gonna hit down here, update all components, and wait for this to do. Because I want to update everything before we put the firmware on the controller, so. Too many IT guys around? Well, I'm an IT guy. Charlie did not bless the last one. Maybe that's it. Okay, this is going to take a little bit, so. By the way, if you add the Trident 250 skirts to the Legacy, you can have a bottom panel. You're right. Then you need a deck panel too. Can we use OctoPi with Clipper? Yes, you can. That's the way Clipper was used for a very long time before we had the interfaces like Fluid and Mainsail. Okay, what else do we have going on that we can mess with while we're waiting? Panels is going to be something, but then can we also use Spaghetti Detective? If you use OctoPi, then yes, you can use Spaghetti Detective. And I think there's some work on getting a Spaghetti Detective or something like that working in Moonraker. What's your opinion on the RackRig V-Core 3? I haven't looked at them much. I hear it's a decent printer, but I haven't built one. I haven't looked at one in person. Maybe I'll see one at Murph. I'm sure I will. Will it be an issue if my V2 gantry is about 1 to 2 millimeters narrower than the frame? Yeah, you don't want, you have adjustment. So I think you're talking about the gantry itself is inset from the frame. All of that should be flush. You're going to want to loosen the center extrusion on the back and make sure that you can push everything to line up and make sure your rails, your Z rails are centered on the extrusions. Yeah, with the rear center extrusion with the A and B stepper mounts pushed out to where everything is lined up, the front should line up. I wouldn't be comfortable with a printer that stuff wasn't lined up on. You want to do some work on that. Kyle Davis, $2, thank you. Pre-build was not infused with enough Charlie hair. That's true. That's probably very true. He's since it's been working though, he's been sitting on it quite a bit, so it's getting some Charlie blessing. I can't wait for Murph. That's gonna be a blast. Hey, while we're waiting for this, was it you, Bill, who was talking about mini split systems? After our little heat wave last week, I'm looking into seriously doing a mini split. And I've talked to some people who are very knowledgeable on it. Do you know, I've gotten some quotes, and they're ridiculous. So I think I'm gonna end up doing a self-install, but I've got to figure out a few things on how that goes. What's your involvement with mini splits? Do you know, are you in the industry, or? Because I've got some really good advice on how to size it and stuff like that, but more advice on how the details of the install should go is what I'm looking for. And I need to do some YouTube searching and do a little more research. But yeah, I want to put a mini split in here because it gets way too hot. And I'm thinking a ceiling cassette is going to be the best, but I could do a high mount above my door over here. And fortunately, this wall right here, like I'm touching right here and I'm 3 inches away from my fuse panel, or less than that. My fuse panel is right here. And there's already conduit going up into the ceiling, empty conduit to run expansion. So I'm good on power. Is this done? Yeah, it's legal to do a self-install. I just have to pull the right permit for the electrical. Dead Bob, I got quoted $1,400 for labor to install a $1,200 mini split for my garage. I got quoted $9,000 to $12,000 to install an $1,800 mini split. I'm not paying that. Okay, let's redo and close, and everything's up to date. Yeah, a lot of units. So there's a Pioneer unit, Mr. Cool. Those all come pre-charged. So I think I can do it myself. I mean, I'm capable of doing it. It's just finding the time. I really wanted to pay someone like $4,000 to $5,000 to do it, but I'm not going to pay someone like $9,000 to $12,000. That's multiple places that gave me that price. So, okay, this is all up to date. So now we can go in and generate the firmware file for the octopus. Yeah, and I can buy a Mr. Cool on Costco, but I'm really liking the Pioneer ceiling cassette unit. And I think I'm gonna have to hang the condenser from the wall. I don't have space outside the house there to put it on the ground. Okay, let's get back to this. I appreciate the chatter there on the mini splits. I think I need to do something like that in order to sustain being able to work in here this summer, because we get 110-degree days during the summer here. Yeah, the price of the actual units between the wall mount and the ceiling cassette isn't huge. I think the Pioneer ceiling cassette for an 18,000 BTU was right around $1,800 with the install kit. So yeah, and I have 170 square feet in here. So I talked to someone who is very familiar with the calculations needed for the thing, and they recommended around there for my temperature, the temperature differential between what I want in here and what it gets hot in the summer. Anyway, okay, back to this. Let's go to that is all done. So we can do SSH pi at LDO Trident local, and yes. Oh, John, 18,000 is the 18,000 BTU, the size of the unit. The cost wasn't too far off of that. They were quoting me 9 to 12,000, but oops, am I on the right thing? There we go. Live in the Central Valley. I've already hit 41C in my garage. 71C chamber temps, yeah. It gets, so I've lived in the Northern California region most of my life. I've seen 120 degrees up in Red Bluff where I used to live. That area of the North Valley doesn't have the benefit of the Delta breeze that I get here in Sacramento, but still we'll hit 110 or plus depending on the day. Go to the Clipper folder and make menu config. Just straight a Voron for the install, good deal for both. Now the guy who came out to give me the quote on Friday, he was very interested in the printers and wanted to know if I ever sell one to let him know. But he was a little flabbergasted how many printers I have in here. Okay, enable the low-level architecture. We're gonna pick an STM, and I know that this is the 446, and I always go, because Big Tree Tech actually does a pretty good job of outlining the setup for the Octopus. So 446, 32K bootloader, 12 megahertz on USB PA11, and that's what we're gonna go with. So 32K, 12 megahertz crystal on PA11, and all the rest of this is okay. Quit and save, make clean, and make. I work now from anywhere in the country. We're now a hybrid work company. Most of the places I might find are just too hot for me. Yeah. We have the option of teleworking, but we can't telework from outside of California. I work for the state, and they require you to be in the state because of taxes and stuff. Okay, so we ran the config, the firmware config with the make space menu config command, and then we ran the make command, and that generates this file called clipper.bin in the out folder. So now we're going to go. There's a command you can run to copy this to the main cell folder. I don't have quick, easy way to get to that unless someone wants to type it up. But alternatively, you can run a program like WinSCP, and we can set up a new site and just go LDO Trident .local, put in the username and the password, and log in here. This is going to want to cache it. Then it's going to, oops, I must have typed the password wrong. There we go. So if we go to the Clipper and then the out folder, here is that clipper.bin file. Now Dark Neutrino is being very helpful, and this, I'm going to copy this So you can grab that file from that clipper.bin file from WinSCP. I'm gonna grab this command and do this. So in here we can also, I don't know, Dark Neutrino and Nathan both pasted this. Nathan has a typo in his. I'm gonna take Nathan's, but I'm gonna fix the typo. So we are going to go firmware.bin. So we're gonna copy the clipper out clipper.bin to clipper config firmware.bin. And CP is not found. What happened? Do I have a space there? No. Why is CP not found? That's weird. So someone who knows more than me, what is my, what am I missing here? Because this should work, right? What am I missing here? Because that should just work. Same thing, we could go here and copy this in WinSCP and go to clipper config and paste it here as firmware.bin. Okay. There's no space before CP, I checked. Okay, so we did that. Let's check to see what's going on here. Well, that's weird because I went back here. Look, I can't go any further. When I paste that, there's obviously a space there, but I can't actually get rid of it. Here, let's do this. This is gonna air out, but yeah, see how that does? CP, and then paste this in, and that would work. I don't know what happened there. There was some weird formatting. If you guys noticed, when I was deleting that, it jumped over a space. I have no idea. But we went through all of that, and we see this firmware.bin here now in the config. Now we can take this and, oops, I didn't want to open it. I want to just download this to the local computer and then I need to flip the printer and grab the SD card out of the octopus. So we're gonna show it in the folder, then we're gonna copy this to the SD card, which is empty. See, just on the SD card, firmware.bin, close, and put it back in the printer, and I think we can, is there a reset button on here? Okay, let me let Charlie out. And hey, we're getting close. If you haven't entered to win the Trident, the LDO Trident frame kit, the link is pinned. It's also in the description. We have about 3 minutes to enter. Let's see if that showed up. I think I hit reset on the octopus. Let's see if it showed up. So we go ls/dev/serial/by id/star. Hey, there it is. So copied the firmware.bin to the SD card for the octopus, put the SD card back in the octopus, and there's a reset button next to the USB port. I press that, wait a little bit, and here we are. So let's see, how many responses? We have lots of responses, so we're doing good. We have we have over 200 people here. It's awesome. So got another couple of minutes. Oh, you might have to reset, Andrew. Although my likes doesn't display for me, it displays 1 ... We have 100 and something likes. The way my windows are sized, it doesn't show for me, which I don't care. But 146, there we go. Let's hit 200 today. We hit 300 last week. Okay. We have another minute. See if we're getting additional responses. Yep, responses are coming in on the giveaway. So we'll give it a second. So to date, Jason has, when we gave away the steppers, Jason gave the option for the 300Z steppers on the kit that we gave away, the stepper kit. So if anybody wanted to go through that, I think the 300 frame is available too, although you'd have to source the steppers. Got one more minute. My clock turns to 1 o'clock. Actually, we'll go 1:01. As long as I'm seeing responses come in, we'll go 1:01, because I think I started the stream at 1:01. Steppers might be a hurdle, but I think the choice is there. Jason has been saying the choice is there. So I think that's cool. Still getting a couple of responses trickling in. LDO Trident frame about to be given away. And make sure you're here next week, because we're giving away a V0 kit. Will he do a pancake frame? No, he won't do any custom frames. He'll do whatever the standard sizes are. Okay, I am closing. We've gone down to no other responses in the last few seconds anyway, so. Okay, let me get this set up and hope I don't have the same problems I did last time. I have no idea what colors or the specific setup is on the V0 kits. I don't know if they come with pies. Do they normally? Do V0 kits normally come with a pie? Whatever is normal in a V0 kit is what will be given away next week, including, I believe, the option for a space gray frame. Jason will confirm that, but. Nick, can you make a stream or a vid on how you print your parts so beautiful? I could probably show you a little closer up and they're not quite as beautiful. They look good though. It's just really hard to do a stream for my type of stream on tuning because there's so much time in just doing test prints. Newest batches, no pi in the V0 kits, and that's just the supply issues. Let me let Charlie in real quick and then we'll do this drawing. Let's go here. Okay. We'll get a little Charlie time while I get this set up. Just ordered that sparkle fluorescent blue filament. Awesome. Berserker Dirk, are you in the US? Because the shipping and the exchange rate makes it pretty reasonable. There was some other, what else? Voron Live at Murph and a planned release at Murph. I don't think there'll be a Voron Live. I hear network connectivity is spotty because a lot of tech converging on one spot. Okay, let's get this exported, create a new spreadsheet, and create. Let's make sure that this is the proper number of entries so I know that I got the right. Perfect. It is the correct one. Whoa. Here we go. And let's go here and paste. We should have 480 something entries. Thanks for the reminder to unpin the message. We have 483 entries. Let's do the Nero thing. Let's pick a number between 5 and 15. Shuffle it between 5 and 15. Charlie, what number should we use? Look at all that green. Isn't that wonderful? Look at all those green names. Okay, let's go 9. That was the very first one that came up by Jaeger. Shuffle. 1, 2. Oh, Charlie. 3, 4, 5, 6. Charlie just did that one. 7, 8, 9. Here we go. Yeah, let's go over here, Charlie. What do we have? Mike Pearson. Congratulations, Mike. Are you here? We need you to be present to win. Mike Pearson. Let's see, is he taggable? I don't even try to tag because every one that's come up so far won't tag for me. I don't know why. Mike Person. There you are. Awesome. We are 3 for 3 for people being here on the first roll. That is great. Congratulations, Mike. Am I saying your name right? Let's go there. Congratulations. Awesome. So you will be receiving an email from Jason at LDO sometime in the next few days. And congratulations on, is this the start of a new build or are you in the middle of a build? Oops, I accidentally did that. Let's see. Congratulations, that's awesome. Oh, let me find this. Let me make sure that the email address. Berserker Dirk, thanks for becoming a member. My person has what looks to be a correct email address, so awesome. We are good. back to the build. Derek, Steve, question. Any advice for using a Super Pinder with an afterburner build? How do I set the right height? Is there a way to adjust the Super Pinder height after the assembly? Any advices on wiring? In the newer releases, there is a Pinda adapter. So that's a little part. My name is like Mike. Oh, good. I'm glad I was saying it right. So congratulations again, Mike. Derek, there is a Pinda adapter in the newer files. I think it's in both the Trident R1 and the 2.4 R2 files. That is just a little adapter that makes the 8mm round sensor fit in the spot where an Omron probe goes. And you want to adjust that to where it's within about 2.2 millimeters, less than 2.2 millimeters above the height of the nozzle, and then it'll work just fine. The sense distance on the Super Pinda is rated at 2.2 millimeters. So it's a very short sense distance. Okay. I congratulate you on, or thanked you for becoming a member, right? Berserker Dirk? Thank you. Let me get caught up again. Let me make sure I have this stuff. Mr. Charlie. This is where my lack of being able to multitask comes in. Okay. We have a flashed and a flashed controller, and the Pi is set up. So now we need to get a config. Now I'm going to copy. I'm just going to highlight that for right now. There we go, Charlie. I am going to grab, there is not yet a sample config from LDO. There should be before release. So I'm going to grab the config from my Orange Trident, which is a 250 build. So we're going to have to go through and tweak all of those values. But this is my 250 Trident, and let's go to the machine and let's grab, oh shoot. How do I want to do this? So I do something weird with some of my setups. I separate out my printer config and the Octopus config, which causes a few little issues. Let's do it anyway. Let's go ahead and grab those two files and use them. So we're going to download the Octopus config here, and it is blocked, and we're going to say keep, and then printer config. Oops, I wanted to right click and download. So here's my hesitation here. Like I said, I do something a little odd on this printer because I plan on being able to swap out controllers. And I was trying this whole separating the printer config from the pins in the controller. So just so long as we realize that this is not going to be exactly what you're going to want to do, we can make it work. The webcam I have on the Orange Trident is one of those OV5648 or whatever ones. I don't know that exact model. So I got both of those copied. Let's go back here. This is the LDO Trident. Is it okay to have Voron powered on 24/7 and just turn off the heaters, fans, etc.? That's what I do. All of my printers never turn off. So the LDO V2R2 config, the problem with that is your Z-tilt locations are all completely different. So it's easier for me to just do this. So let's just do this. We can delete this firmware.bin file now. We don't need it anymore. And let's upload the printer config and Octopus. And in the Octopus, we are going to grab this USB ID that we still have on the SSH session. We're going to put this in the MCU serial spot. And then I'm going to step through here and find things that I know I'm going to have to change right now. So stepper X should all be okay. Now the position max, we're going to change to 300-ish. We're going to have to set all this up. And the position end stop, I'm just going to put at 300. We're going to have to tweak all of these. All of this should be okay. I'm still running run currents and hold currents here. We don't need the hold current. That's recommended to be removed. And the other thing that's recommended is to turn interpolate false, turning off interpolation. So let's go here and interpolate false. So this is going to be a lot of just stepping through this and getting a configuration that's going to start up. So we'll just have to bear with me on this. So I'm going to go off of what I know on my other Trident. I'm going to assume this is going to be about 306, similar to my other Trident. But we'll refine those numbers in a bit. Oh yeah, micro steps to 32. You're right, thank you. And these are just recommendations based on the way that Clipper handles the steppers. I couldn't explain the details. There are some, I don't know if Eddie has a video on it. Eddie the engineer. Should you comment out the restart command? I don't think it matters. That's used when you set it up with UART, right? And better than your US, why no hold current? There's something about when it switches between the run current and the hold current, having a chance of losing part of a step. I think that's the explanation. Are the STL files for mounting your webcam available somewhere? I'm using the slider, the Panzer Observer, which had a little bit of a thing lately, but I believe that's resolved. Somebody thought it was a direct copy of theirs, and it's not. And they don't quite understand how that kind of thing should work. So I'm hoping that Slider makes that available again, if he hasn't already, or if they haven't already. Okay, Z, so we have a full 300 on Z. We're assuming 300. It might be 299 from when I was holding a ruler up to it, but it's really close. I'm gonna turn off the hold current on this as well. And we might as well, I don't know if the 32 is a good idea there or not, but we'll set it. We'll turn off interpolate. Are the because when switching the current, there's a tiny movement. So to reduce that, we do not set it. Yeah, so it's losing that micro step, right? Check the pins for same locations. Now, you're right. Am I using the same the same outputs as, am I using the same outputs for these as I do on my Trident? Let's find out. We'll find out once we go through and set the main stuff, and then we'll check the actual stepper outputs. Most things are going to be very similar, or should be. I'm going to copy that so I don't have to keep typing it. And Z1, we're going to go 32, and paste that, and I always lose the cursor in here. So I'll just click. We just have to step through all of this. Interpolate. Comment that out. Okay, so the probe. We've got lots of things to change. Let's do a pass on stuff and then do a pass on pins. I'm using a stealth burner in my other Trident. This is an afterburner, so our gear ratio changes from 50 to 10 to 50 to 17. The rest of it should be very similar. The heater pin, we know this is going to change because we swapped it between the bed and the hot end, but we'll do that on the next pass. The extruder, we're gonna put the interpolate false on. It's gonna grab the temperature. The heated bed we'll have to swap. And all these fan pins. Now what I wanna get down to is, okay, so that's just pin stuff. Let's save and restart and see what we get. We may have some other errors here. So we're stealth burner pixels we're including. So let's go into the printer config and we're going to turn off this include because that's stealth burner stuff from the other one. And do I have any other includes in here? Yeah, clicky probe. I'm gonna turn that off, and the Z calibration we're gonna turn off. Now we're gonna save and restart. Oh, I'm using a PT100 in the other printer, so let's turn that off. That's in the Octopus config. So we're just stepping through things. This PT1000, we're not using that. I think, what does the, does anybody know offhand what the LDO kits are using for a hot end? I can grab it out of here if I need to. So should the hold current be commented out on all axes for most builds or just Trident? For most builds, the recommendation is just to not use hold current. Is it a generic 3950 on the LDOs? It'll get us close enough. So sensor type, generic 3950. And is that the same for the bed? Because this is actually where I have the, that guy. Let's go here. Let's comment all this out. Actually, we don't even need any of that. It's on the bag it came in. I'd have to find that bag. Do that for the bed. Let's see where that gets us. Pin P025 is not a valid pin name on MCU. Where is that coming up? We're just gonna step through the errors. P025. Oops, that's not the one I want. That's on the heater bed. So what is the pin for that we're gonna use for this? So let's start going through the pins. So I have already here the pin out, the pin diagram for the octopus. We are using HE0 for the bed, which is the pin name here is PA2. So let's go here. For the bed, we are going to use PA2. If we go back here, before we forget, we're going to use, for the hot end, we're going to use PA1, which is the bed out. So let's go up here while we're thinking about it. And the heater pin is PA1. Okay, so that should get those. Now the sensor for the heated bed is the first sensor. I remember that's where we plugged it in. We plugged it into the first sensor port on here, which is, here it is, thermistor bed is PF3. So thermistor bed is PF3. Let's go back here and we're going to go for sensor pin, PF3. And let's make sure for, oops, the thermistor 0 is PF4. So let's go up here, sensor pin is PF4. So now if we save this, we should get something unless we get another error. Let's see what we get. Hey, there we are. So we're not ready to make this move, but we're just getting some valid configuration right now, right? We're stepping through the errors, correcting each one. So should the hold, okay, I covered that. Okay, so we have a valid, theoretically a valid configuration right now. We can start doing stuff. So let's go to the machine, back to the machine, and let's go here. And let's see, stepper X is plugged into whichever port is PF13. If we go back here and, where are they? Up here? Where do they set? There it is. So driver 0, which is motor 0, is PF14, right? So that should be, those two should be correct. Let's look at the Z steppers. Hypertoxic, is that what you have for your 2.4? I may look at this guy. Oh no, I'm using a Rapido in there, so it's not even using the standard. It'll be fine. X and Y are going to be correct. Z0. So Z0 on the printer is plugged into, is that Z0? Yeah, Z0 is plugged into motor 2. So Z0 is plugged into motor 2. Yeah, the Rapido is different. I briefly forgot I had done that. What was that? Motor 2. So motor 2 is PG5. So let's confirm that. So Z PG5. So this is correct. So stepper Z is in the correct spot compared to my other config that I have on my other Trident. Z1 is PA0, which should be motor or driver 3. That's PA0. And then driver 4 should be PG2. So let's confirm that for Z2 is PG2. So all of those should be good and correct. And then let's check the extruder, which the enable pin is PF1. And PF1 is driver 5, and that is correct. So we have all the stepper pins should be correct. Let's check the fans. So the part fan, just make sure, should be the first. Part fan is the first fan output. I don't remember exactly what the Rapido has, DJ Natty. So if we go to the fans, let's zoom in here. So fan 0 is fan 0 is PA8. This is setting the voltages. Down here is the actual output. So PA8 is fan 0, which should be the part fan. So let's go down here to fan. PA8 is correct. The hot end fan should be PE5, which is the next one. And then the next one we have set up as the controller fan. So PD12 should be the controller fan. And that I'm gonna call the S, I'm gonna turn this off. I don't actually use this. On my builds, I separate those two fans. I run them off of different controllers. That way I have one fan that's closest to my Pi that's always on, and I have another fan that blows over the stepper drivers that only comes on when they're active. So I only have one fan going instead of two. Now on these kits, they're wired in series or parallel. They're wired in parallel, and they connect to one output. So they'll always be on, but we'll turn them down. And they're both blowing in the general area of the electronics. So I'm not going to run on this an SKR fan, is what I called it here. I'm going to, if you hit Control / it'll comment out all those lines. I'm gonna run this and just call it a Pi fan, and it is going to be on PD12. And this is basically gonna be on all the time when the extruder is at least 10 degrees. And we're going to run that at a reduced speed here. So check your pins for the extruder and the bed. I think they're switched. And I did switch them. Bruce, thank you for the reminder though. I did switch those. So I'm gonna run these controller fans off of this section of the config, and they're just gonna be on all the time. I think a Pi, especially in my warm environment, needs to have air over it all the time. The LED strip we put on the 5th fan output. One, two, three, four, which is PD14. PD14. And then we don't use this section right here right now. So I'm going to comment out this. This is the NeoPixel for the stealth burner. And I think that should give us enough to, well, not quite. We're close. Let's save and close. Capital D on PD14. Oh, thank you. If it mattered, it would give us an error, but we're going to fix that. What? Oh, I must have accidentally hit caps lock at some point. PD14. Save and close. Now we're going to go into the printer config, and I'm going to comment out the input shaper stuff for now. And the bed mesh stuff. Let's go to the Voron Trident GitHub. And go to the firmware. And sure, let's go to the octopus config. Oh, I turned my idle timeouts way high. They stay in a ready state for much longer than 2 hours. I think I have 18,000, which is what, 6 hours? Or something? Okay, I'm gonna grab bits and pieces out of the config that's out on the Trident GitHub, which I guess I could have just grabbed this to begin with. That's okay. I want the bed mesh section of this to start with. Oh, do I have a bed mesh set up? I do have a bed mesh set up. I don't actually use a bed mesh on my Tridents. I don't run the mesh before I print, and I don't run a saved mesh. So we may not even use this. Do we have anything set up though? No, there's nothing set up. So we're just gonna comment out the bed mesh. Here is the Z tilt stuff that we need for a 300 build though. So we're gonna grab that. That's dangerous. What's dangerous? Yes, I have left my printers heating for the full timeout time, so yes, I can see that. I am going to comment out the bed mesh stuff for now. We don't actually need it. And the homing override we'll have to set. We don't need that either. Z-tilt, this is what we want. So let's paste in the stuff from the other config. Having idle time so high, risking out burning down. This is all not needed. So we want this. And I think now we can save and restart and get this moving. As long as I didn't do any typos that cause any kind of errors. Nope, we are good. So let's turn this over. Maybe we do like that. Maybe. Let's take a slight detour and get this screen working. Okay? And shrug. They don't have a clip feature anymore? Okay, let's go back here. We want to set up the clipper screen so we can use it for moving some stuff around if we want. So let's search for clipper screen GitHub. Here we are. Jordan Ruth, clipper screen. This is all the stuff, and there is a click here to access documentation. I don't remember where any of this stuff is. I try to remember how to search for it, how to find it. So that's why you see me do a lot of just searching for something with keywords that I know will get me there. So we're gonna go to their documentation and do the installation, okay? Follow the instructions to install Clipper and Moonraker Clipper, all of that. Clipper screen installation. So we just need to execute these things, okay? So if we go to our session, which is still active, and cd and then we're going to run this command, git clone, the Clipper screen, git, copy, paste. Okay, that's done. And move into that folder. And then run this install script. And it'll do the rest. And really that's all that should be needed. It's a very simple install. Well, the sudo password. There we go. So now it's gonna do its thing. Run through all this. It's doing its thing, but we get a pretty good view of the whole thing right here. The whole printer with its blue main color and black accent. I'm liking it. Move the, no, we still don't get it all in the picture. Here, let's do this. There we go. What do you guys think? Does this turn out pretty good? I'm pretty happy with it. Get the cat hair out of it. Are these fans turning on? They are not running. Why are they not running? Why are the fans not running? Yeah, I wanted to do something different. I didn't want to go with a dark main color for this. And I wanted to do the Obsidian black from Sparta 3D. Mostly because I wanted the front of the toolhead to be that color. Do you run anything special custom with Clipper screen? No, I've just run the default so far. It'd be interesting to see what options are available, how to customize it, but I haven't. I didn't save the restart on the last one, Nils? I'll have to check. Which bracket did you mount the screen with? Mine seems to hang below the feet, so I have to have it off the edge of the bench. This is the, if you go to the docs.ldomotors.com into the Trident printed parts guide, there's a link in there. Don't you need to heat the bed for the fans to turn on? No, because I set up the controller fan as an extruder. Anytime the extruder is over 10 degrees C, it should turn them on. John, have you tried the OSEC build plate? If you have, are they good? I like the I am comfortable with saying I very much like the OSEC build plate for ABS. I have not tried it with anything else, so that's the only reason I'm not saying I like it for any other material. But it works very well for ABS. I printed almost, I mean, all the blue parts on this printer were printed on the OSEC build plate. Most of the black parts were printed on a Prusa sheet on my orange Trident there. The blue parts were all printed on my green V2 that's down here. And the black parts were printed on the orange Trident. But I'm very pleased with the OSEC build plate. I have not cleaned it with soap or anything at all. Not once. I've used 99% IPA, a wipe down before every print, and called it good. This is still installing, by the way. This install goes a while. Is it possible to control the fans from the pi temp, or does it have to be the hotted bed? That's a good question. Does anybody know? Could you control that fan from a pi temp? I don't know. You guys can see the status here. It's still doing the script stuff. I did, but it fluctuates a lot. So you get a lot of pulsing in the fan. That'd be annoying. I just figure if you base it on the extruder temp, your extruder temp is gonna have some reflection when the printer's off on ambient, right? Anytime the printer's on. So anytime in my config, anytime the extruder temp is over 10C, it has the pi fan on. I don't have it dependent on the driver's state. In a setup like this, where on my printers, on all of mine, I run the two fans on different, I run them on different sides too, because usually my Pi's on one side and the controller's on another, and I run the controller fan closest to it only when the controller turns on, and the fan closest to the Pi just runs all the time. Is this thing done yet? I don't know if we're gonna get to panels today. We could. We're still have a couple hours we could go. I pre Loctited and started assembly on all the panel clips so we didn't have to deal with that on camera. Got the wire cover here for the afterburner. I'm probably glue the little spacer in place while we're waiting. Building that wheel takes a while. Yeah, apparently. Have you tried the 3-piece panel clips? I have not. There are so many options out there for alternate panel stuff. I'm way behind on what's available, and especially trying any of them. Just gluing the little spacer on the wire cover. Have you updated the Linux install? I did the full install, or the full update when we first did everything. So all should be okay. Snap-latch clips by Richard JM are really nice. There's a lot of options out there. There's a lot of really creative people with different solutions. Oh, it's finished. Hey, and it's working. Sweet. Okay, let's do all of our first startup clipper checks, okay? So let's go back here, and I want to go, I'm gonna leave that page up, but we're gonna get rid of this one. We're gonna go to clipper3d.org, okay? Go to our documentation, and go to config checks. So we've seen temperatures from our devices. What temp should my soldering iron be for putting heat sets into ABS? About the melting temperature of ABS. You can be in the 200 to 220 range and probably be okay. C. Okay, let's go down here. I'm gonna do my stepper or end stops and stepper buzzing first. Okay, so I'm going to check the end stops by going here and going to the machine and querying the end stops. What can I do here? Let's turn me off there. Okay, so I'm querying the end stops right now. The probe is triggered. And I think the reason that is because I'm using a clicky in the config. So let's go to our here and let's invert the pin on the probe. Let's invert the pin on the probe. Save and restart. Because I'm using a clicky instead of a end stop probe, and I think, is that correct? Yeah, there we go. So let's turn this off. And now I'm going to put a piece of metal underneath the probe and query it again. And apparently I did that wrong. Well, the light's turning off, but it's not reading it right. What did I do wrong there? I feel like I did something wrong. Does it not need to pull up when you do that? Oh, am I even using, hold on, am I using the correct, hold on. That's probably what's going on. We didn't check that pin out. Here, let's go here. We plugged the probe in. Let's go up here. Z probe. We plugged into this second one over, well, this plug right here, and we'll find it over in here. So we plugged it in right here. J31 is where we plugged the probe in. Confirm. Second one over, second one down. J31. J31 is PG10. Yes, we set the jumper to the correct voltage when we were checking all of the jumpers for the Octopus at the beginning of the, way up at the beginning of this wiring documentation. So we want J31, which is PG10. What do we set up here? Probe is PG11, so I didn't have the correct probe here. And I don't know that it needs to be inverted at this point. So let's save and restart. Now we should get, and this is why we check these things, right? PG10 is used multiple times. Where else did I use it? So let's go to here, and where is PG10? Next. So it is the end stop pin for the Z. So where did LDO have us plug in the, and that was further up here, the nozzle probe is what they call it. So where is the nozzle probe? That was plugged in further up, right? Nozzle probe is yellow. Oh boy, that's hard to see. Let's open this in a new tab so we can zoom in. That looks like the same spot. That looks like the same spot they're asking us to plug in. So where did we actually plug things in? Now we get to go and look at physical. Where did we actually plug things in? So we installed the Z probe in the bottom corner, and the Z stop is in the correct one. So Z stop is correct, the nozzle probe is correct, the Omron probe, the inductive probe is in the bottom corner. So let's go here. We plugged into J34, J34 for the probe. So the Z stop and the Z probe. So the Z probe is the Omron and the Toolhead is in Z34 or J34, which is PG15. So let's go over here. End stop is in End stop is in J31, which is PG10. So this one is correct. The stepper is correct. Let's go down to the probe. Probe is PG15. 15. Oh, whoa, what happened there? $15. Save and restart. Okay, no errors. Let's go to the machine, query the end stops. This is all a result of me grabbing a config from my other printer. I could have grabbed the default config off of the Trident GitHub. There will be a config that's offered before this is, now it's showing triggered. So here we're working. I'm holding a piece of metal next to the probe to indicate triggered. I pull the piece of metal away, it's open, we're good. But like I said, this is all just a case of the way I went about this. A example config with all this set up will be ready before this is set up. So now let's trigger the X end stop, and it's triggered. And the Y end stop, and it's triggered. And the Z end stop, and it's triggered. So we're good. Let's move on to buzzing the steppers. So verifying the stepper motors, and we run this stepper buzz command. And right here, so let's go back to the dashboard and run buzz stepper. I don't know what the best way to show this is. We should be able to see the toolhead move, right? When I run this command, it should move very slightly. There it goes. Only one stepper is moving, so it's gonna move in a diagonal back and forth. See ya, Patrick, thanks for being here. It'll do this 10 times. That's done. Now we're gonna do Y, and it should move in the opposite diagonal. And it is. We're going to run the same command for Z, and it should run this one. And the very first move, what we're looking for here, the first move should be in the positive direction. And that on a Trident, the positive Z direction is down first, which is what it did. Because you're increasing Z when you move down. Okay, and then we should probably get a good enough view by running Z1. And it did the same thing. You can barely see it moving here. And then we'll just shift over to Z2. And the first move was in the positive direction again. Hey, Mr. K. Yes, there's cat hair everywhere. Did you need to grease these lead screws? They're Teflon. I did not grease them. If you do get any noise, a very light oil or grease will be fine. It's not going to hurt them. So, all the steppers are moving right. Okay, all the steppers are moving right. All our end stops are working. Let's home X, see what happens. So I'm gonna use the touchscreen to home X. And it moved forward. And it's complaining. So we homed X, it moved in the positive Y direction. Okay, if we home Y, it's moving in the negative X direction and causing all kinds of problems. So X moved forward in Y, and Y moved to the left in X. There is a very good document on docs.vorondesign, is that where it is? .com. If we go to, I think it's the build, and is it initial startup? Where are these? There's some diagrams. There they are. So the build and initial startup, there are some diagrams here for this configuration. Let's just go to the Trident one. For Core X, all the Voron Core XY, it's basically the same. So we had X go forward and Y, so this scenario right here, we had X go in the negative Y direction and Y went in the negative X direction. So what it's saying is for stepper B, we need to invert it. So, so stepper B, we need to invert it. So it's the X. X needs to be inverted, like Paul is saying there. This is how you figure out what's going on. And that simple change, if we come over here and go to the machine and go to my pin configuration for X, the direction pin, it's inverted now. We're gonna not invert it then. We're gonna change whatever it is currently. So it was inverted on the pin, we're gonna turn that off. And then we're gonna save and restart. Random question. Steve, you use these little LED clips in your builds. Any pointers to where I can find the STLs? So the Voron users GitHub, they're by Eddie, the engineer. So they're under his user thing, or you can go to the docs.ldomotors.com and go to the printed parts guide for either the Trident or the 2.4. And you will find, if you scroll down here, LED light clip and these bar clips by Eddie, and it'll tell you how many you need for which size. You go to these bar clips and it'll take you to Eddie's GitHub. Charlie wants out, give me a minute. Paul, you could see when you ran the buzz, it went negative first. I always have a hard time visualizing that because of the diagonal movement there. Okay, we are back to a happy state here. So let's go here, and I'm gonna move this back to about the center, and we are going to home X and home Y. And amazing that that one little change fixes all of that. Now, I am going to manually, there might be a better way to do this, but I'm gonna manually move the bed up closer so I can better visualize where that end stop pin is. Is there a better way to do this? I could do a, I think override the steppers. Get some of that hair out of there. A force move or whatever. But we need that end stop pin location before we can home Z. Oh, those tendons in my forearm move. Set kinematic position, then raise Z. And I can manually, yes, I could manually hit the switch. I'm almost there. That's probably good enough. So now we are going to move the tool head. I don't know if this is good enough. Maybe. Somewhere around there. Connect the motors directly into the power supply. That works. And then I'm right there on the, my config from the other printer is pretty much perfect. Homed on Y puts me at the exact spot I need to be for the Y end stop. So we're good for Y at 306. It looks like X is right about 141. Yeah, that'll hit it at least. Okay, so we're at X141, this position here, X141, Y306. So let's go to the machine and printer config this time. We're going to our homing override. So X is 141, which seems a little odd. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. We got something wrong here. We have something wrong here because that should not be less than halfway across the build and very close to what I have on the other printer. Now this 306. And then when it's done, we go to the middle of the bed, which should be about 150. 150. But what we're probably missing is, let's save and close. No, X is at 300. Now let's save and restart that. Let's home X and home Y. Now let's go G0X0F, I don't know. Ah, look at that. We stopped way short of 0, probably 50 millimeters short. Why? What did I miss? I've got something else defined in here that is setting my X. NH3D Canada, 5 Canadians. Got my V2 finished and serial number. Thanks for the help from you on Discord and your videos. I'm coming in late. I was camping. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for that. No worries on the autocorrect. Okay, somewhere I've got an X travel set to 250. No, I shouldn't have. I've got something. Position end stop. So let's go to the machine. Oops, let's go to the screen. Hey, Jared. So X here, I've got position end stop 300 and position max 300. We changed that. And all of our rotation, oh, Jared, this is your fault. You see what I'm doing here? This is your fault, Jared. Apparently I do still have those installed on a printer. Apparently I do still have those installed on a printer. So that's because there's 25 tooth pulleys installed on that other orange Trident, guys. So that would explain that. Let me let Charlie back in. Oh boy. Jared had asked me a bit ago if I still had those installed on a printer, and I couldn't remember actually. Apparently I do. Okay, we get to do this again. So let's home X and home Y. And now if we go X0, hey, imagine that. Is 25 tooth pulleys good for 0.9 steppers after testing? Hey, Jared, you want to address any of that? You feel like typing an explanation? Okay, now that I've got this, I don't know, this isn't the best. Here, maybe I can do this. Oh. Let's just do that. Can't really see the pin. Oh, there we go. Overshot. Probably right there. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so we are now at a more reasonable 172.306. So understand what I did there is I recognize that there was something that didn't make sense, right? That 140 whatever value we had before didn't make sense. Something was wrong. We had to investigate. So 172 is in the right here. Now we can save and restart and try a full home. "3DP Freak, time to go to bed. Thanks for being here." Okay, so homing, home all. Okay, I am going to get in the way here because I really need to see where this hits. And we're about 1 millimeter back on the Y. So I'm gonna change the Y spot. So it worked, but we're a little bit back on Y. So I'm gonna change this to 305 and see where that goes. And once it restarts, we're gonna do a home all again. I'm comfortable with the X location for the pin. Let's see where we go on Y. Perfect. Okay. I want to next make sure that the I want to make sure that the probe triggers before the nozzle hits. So I'm just going to move Z down to where the and now I'm going to go to the machine and see if the probe is triggered, and it is. So we're good now. So good night, Bruno. Thanks for being here. We are good to send a Z-tilt. So let's run a Z-tilt and see what it does. None of this is set super fast right now. Should make the second homing Z distance 0.8 millimeters. Nice little double click, kind of like the Prusa does, huh? So it just adjusted, and it adjusted correctly. Yep, and there it is. Awesome. So we are good. What do we want to do next? Hey, John. Yeah, we have a working printer now. I could do PID tuning. The question is, do we want to print something in PLA today, or do we want to finish enclosing it today? What do we have to finish enclosing it? It didn't take all that long. Yeah, we need to print while enclosing. Oh, that's right. The fans are not running. So let's find out why that fan's not running. Let's find out why that fan's not running. Let's find out. Let's check that we are plugged into the correct. Let's check that we are plugged into the correct port that we expect it to be. Our fans are not running, and our Pi heatsink isn't too bad. It's not super hot today. Well, that would be why. And I hope I didn't damage them. The pins are backwards on the fan plug. The pins are backwards on the fan plug, so I'm going to shut down the printer. I should have noticed that when I was putting it together. I hope they're not damaged. Is that shut down? Yes. pins are backwards on that. And that's something that we are always needing to check when we're doing these, and I didn't check it. But looking at it here, it's different from the rest of them, which means they are backwards. I should have checked the LED lights too. It is a beta thing. That is a beta thing, and that's one of the things that tends to come up is connections being put in backwards. So I'm gonna get in here and just kind of push the pins out of the way and correct it and hope the fans aren't toast. That was me forgetting to check that though. I should have. GDS time fans. Let's find out if they're bad or not. So this goes in like that, which means like that. That should work. If they're not toast, they should turn on. Steve, just a quick one. Your probe offsets are set for clicky and not for an Omron. Okay, thank you, X. Yeah, we'll get a print going. I think that's a good idea. Let me see if there's any sign of, no sign of anything bad there. So let's power it on. I'm checking here real quick. I'm gonna compare the wires on the LED strip while I'm here. So, stripe. Black. I think the LED strip matches up correctly to the wiring. So, if this does work, I don't want to immediately starve those fans. So let's just prop it up a little bit and let's find out. So far, nothing. So far, nothing. LEDs work. The lights work. See ya, Simon. So right now, the fans there, here, let's double check. We are connected to fourth one over. It should be PD13 for the fan. PD13 for what I've got set up as Pi fan. Oh, PD12. Let's go 13. Is that right? Let's double check. 1, 2, oh yeah, PD13. Okay, we got some hope. PD13, save and restart. Let's see what happens. Sorry if that was loud. They work. So they were backwards and I had the wrong pin. So did that save them? That saved them, didn't it? No, but that connector was absolutely backwards. But that totally saved me. Two errors canceled out to a win. Awesome. Okay. We are down here. Let's put the bottom panel on. Because as far as I know, LEDs work. I turned them on. You didn't see that, but you'll see it. Yeah, I copied config for the win. Yes, this is good. So let me shut down the printer again. And let's put the bottom panel on, and let's set it up, do a PID tune, get a print going. While that print's going, I can be assembling panels or something. All part of the plan. Yeah, extruder direction is gonna matter too. You're right. That's okay. Okay, this is off. We have a bottom panel that I didn't actually start removing the stuff, but it's not on there very great, but coming off nice and well. See you, Colin. Get my clips for this. Is that all of them? Okay, let's get the bottom panel on. Just take a couple of minutes, throw some VHB tape on. Got around, catch up later. See you, G Funny Money. Thanks for being here. No, these are long streams. I think the goal is to print today. I think the goal is still to print today. Sanity was here earlier. She might be on a train ride or something, I don't know. She poked in. Okay, all of those are done. What do we got here? Bot? We have a bot. Where's the bot? Oh, I totally missed those. Did that get rid of them? Sanity does need some cereal. I hear it's close. Okay. Now I usually install these panels with the printer on its top because it's a whole lot easier. But I'm going to try to wedge this in here. I've done it before on camera. Just kind of wedge this in here and do it like this. And then, where's the screwdriver? There it is. And I take the VHB off and then just kind of start threading it in, making sure it's lined up, just like that. And then I can usually push from the rear or thereabouts. Make sure all those are straight and everything should work okay. They're not actually stuck to the panels yet. I'll end up pushing the panel from the back to contact the VHB and then push everything together, and that should line everything up. Printed all the functional parts from a V0 on my Ender 3 using a Wham Bam enclosure. Now my V0 is pretty much my dedicated, yeah. V0 is such a nice little printer. I use my V0.0 quite a bit. I'm running out of fasteners, that means I'm almost done. Okay, now all those are on. I can just kind of reach in from behind and push these against each. And all of this is done. That's all there is to that. And now you can remove. Oh, I usually put the hinges on the back. I have no idea why I put the hinges on the front this time. That is not my normal. I wasn't paying attention. But anyway, it hinges open. I have no idea why I did that. I usually put the hinges back here. Jared, the LEDs seem a bit short. Can you show me how you set yours up? What I think happened, Jared, is they're using the same, and I've talked to David about this. They're using the same lengths as the V2, and the Z idlers take up space. So these should be short, probably that 40 or 50 millimeters that the Z idler lengths are. Now what they're going to do for the end kits is they're going to use the LED kit from the 350 V2 on the 300 Trident and the LED kit from the 300 V2 on the 250 Trident. So I can't just unscrew and turn 180 degrees. Well, I guess I can, but just that this cutout here this cutout here will be on the back then. Normally this is needed for the Mini 1284 display. So you're probably right. The easiest thing for me to do, Torx Fighter, is to just rotate this. And that's probably what I'll actually do now that you mentioned that. But this cutout here is normally because there's a display there that needs extra space. This display doesn't need that extra space. Oh, we got more. Haha. Thanks, Jared. Bottom panel is on, which means now we can actually print. Okay, let's get this on here. Let's turn this on and let's grab a spool holder. This is the rear replacement for the exhaust filter. I'm gonna put all this on so we can actually run a filament tube. My Z chain is a touch short too. Did you steal a link from another chain? Did they send you extra links, Jared? Because I had 2 extra links for every setup, and with those 2 links, I had enough room for the Z chain. Jared, you're gonna want, besides the end pieces, you're gonna want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 links plus the ends for the Z. 23 links plus the ends for the Z. Okay. I need 2 more heat set inserts. And I had to relocate the bed ground. It is just long enough. I relocated the bed ground to oh, and I actually have a service loop here, so I could have grabbed some more length there. I located it right here on to the 2.4 threaded hole on the back. It will not reach if it's over here where they put it. Okay, 2 heat sets for this. What are we at? 230? Yeah, it will just reach. At least mine did. The ground will just reach. Probably reroute it. I'll have to look. Worst case, I'm making a new one. Yeah, mine was just long enough. I've got to install these things. So it's the panel for the, and it's got some ABS marks, so let me heat it up. It's the panel that replaces the exhaust housing. Let me get rid of the ABS strain marks. And the accent piece, and then the spool holder. Gotta go get a snack. You were waiting for me to get a snack thing? I probably could use a snack. Let's see if I can get at least some view of what I'm doing. See ya, Delmar. Thanks for being here. I know these are really long streams trying to get these done. Let's do this. So we're gonna go here and here, and then one over here. And we have in here somewhere a coupler. So this little PTFE coupler threads into the back here. Like that. Like this. No gummies, that is true. That is true. I mean, you need to do the gummies. Holy moly, I wonder how close I am to centered on that. $150 there. Aw, 163. Visually, it looked really close. Do you have any orbiter extruders? I'm having trouble getting TPU with my 2.0. I have a 2.0 orbiter. 155, 157. I have an orbiter extruder. I'm planning on using it in my solid fork build. I was gonna do a V0 toolhead with the orbiter on the solid fork, but I don't have any experience yet. PalFest, the goal is to try to print something unenclosed today. Those should be gone. The bots. That's there. And these and this. The PTFE holder. Actually, I don't want that one. I want a hammerhead for this. No additional links? Yeah, you might want to reach out to David. That's there. Now I want to see how much length I need on this. So this is going to go to the front corner. This goes through here. And then this appearance piece I want to put on here. It goes like that. Well, flip my Z drive chain and hung the skirts on my 2.4. Do I want to belt the gantry? Yes. You want to belt the gantry. What is your criteria for using hammerhead instead of the insert T-nuts? Well, on this piece, there's not enough space within the tabs that hold into the extrusion for a post-install T-nut. The spring-loaded T-nuts. There's not enough width there for one of these, so you have to use the hammerhead for that. Otherwise, I mostly use those. Okay, so that's on there. Now I can run this through and get to the tool head. Right like that. And now when we move back and over, so now the idea now is to, what is this? Loop this around into here. And I think they should probably include a little extra tubing because we use this for the friction surface on the spool holder. And I'm gonna cut it off there, but I've just got barely enough to do that. See, it's the low friction surface for the spool holder. And I put it on the wrong side, but. Question, looking at the R1 files, not seeing that exhaust filter replacement part you're installing now. Yeah, you have to go to docs.ldomotors.com. It's an LDO piece, not a Voron piece. Okay, so that's there, that's there, that's got enough room there. I know what I'm doing wrong here. I should be going around this way. I think that's what I've been normally trying to do. I want to try to, nope, that's not right. Oh, that'll work. Steam Deck. That's what I use for a Steam Deck. Seems to work okay. I've never had an exhaust on any of my printers even before Nevermore was a thing. I've installed them all, but I don't have any filter in them or anything. I hate to suggest it, but the Vorons really need alignment pins for the build sheets like Prusa uses. We got fun. Oh, Steam, not Stream. Oh, okay. That's the handheld gaming, right? Thanks, Jared. Alignment pins for the build plates. There's lots of solutions for that. The problem becomes the DIY. What's the best DIY option for that? Oh boy, that's vulgar. That is vulgar. I thought you said stream. Steam Deck. Oh, we are missing the wire cover. Let's see if we can get that on there. What is the screw length? It's longer than 12. It's probably a 16. And 3x16. Yep. Looks like in 3x16. I was talking about exhaust. Oh, that's right. All of these, cut out that little cross brace there because otherwise you can't get it in without taking that 14 pin connector off. I'm gonna turn this off before I get a screwdriver near that stuff. Shut it down with the display. Some version of the purge bucket brush mod has some alignment pins. I don't like the way they do that, to be honest. I'm not a fan of incorporating. For one thing, it spaces that brush off to where you can barely reach it with the nozzle. Okay. Little safer. There we go. That's not long enough. I think I need a 20. And 3 by 20 for that. Is that what this is? Yep. There we go. Wires managed, serial time. Thought about drilling and tapping the back of the build plate and added some eccentric washers to create some stops. Make some eccentric washers. That's a good idea though. It fits on there well. Okay, powering back on. Let's get a print going. Is this display standard with the LDO kit? I believe that it is going to be standard with at least the Trident kit. I don't know if they're going to do it for the V2 kit as well, but I think so. I think it's for this. I think. LDO will confirm at some point. We are on. Let's do a PID tune. So if we go up here to the, was it up here? Steppers, extruder, calibrate PID. So I grab this command here. And refresh the screen, go to the dashboard, and calibrate it at, let's go to 10. Speed PID tune. Is there a speed version of this? I'm gonna refresh my drink and grab a little snack. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'll recalibrate it for ABS later, Jared. You have until your Steam Deck is updated? How long does it take to update a Steam Deck? What color do we want to print in? What color? Debating whether you want to start with Afterburner or jump to Stealth Burner on my build. You probably don't have the 4020 fan for Afterburner, Jared. Check to see if you do. Yellow, huh? We're getting mostly yellow. What are we gonna print? Are we just gonna do a Cali Cat, or are we gonna do... I had a 5015, but I didn't have a 4020, Jared. I happen to have a 4020 from this kit, and I went straight to Stealth Burner on it, so I used that 4020 in order to do the Afterburner on this printer. Use orange and print a cat. I like that idea, and I love this orange. This is Jesse Brad's Orange Glitter. I like the orange idea. Although I do have a really good orange from Jesse as well. I mean yellow. I meant yellow. This yellow is pretty good. It is Yellow Bird. Prusa Jesse PLA now. Sort of. Okay, that finished. So we're gonna go to save config. Then I'm gonna grab the code for the bed. And this one is where we'll save some time just tuning, let's say, to 70. I'm gonna shift this. So I think we're gonna print it with it sitting like this. Filament up there. And let's go to, is it on printables? Search, Cali Cat. Cali Cat with tat. Bat Cali Cat Man. I just want the normal, boring old. If we go here, will it show it up as a remix? the stackable calibration cat. How was that? Was that actually stackable? Come on. Yeah, I guess it is. Let's do the stackable. Someone said there's a Cali dragon. What is that? Is that what this is? Is this the Cali dragon? That's cute. That would look gorgeous in that orange, won't it? Let's download that too. What are the options here? I don't want an MMU. I just want the standard Cali Dragon. Let's do the Cali Dragon just because I think it'll look really great in that orange. Let's see where this is at. It's up to temp, it's doing it. And Prusa Slicer. Let's see what I have for Prusa Slicer profiles. Whoa, catch up. Do I have anything? I can use this I can use one of these profiles. I'll use my V2 profile. It'll be fine. We'll mess around with those settings here in a second. Hey, 3DP Mamsha. Looking to print a TARDIS for my wife for our 16th anniversary. What color blue would everyone recommend? Ooh, for a TARDIS? I don't know. I mean, a dark blue. It would have to be like a navy blue almost. This will be first print, yep. So we're doing a bed PID tune, which appears to be done. So let's save the config. And let's run the filament through here and see if we can get it to extrude. Let's go. One, I'm just going to manually feed this through. All the way down. And let's preheat. And we might as well get the bed up to temperature. Oh, we haven't done a Z offset calibration yet. So we're checking right now to make sure the extruder is moving in the right direction. We'll get the bed temperature back up to temp, and then we'll do a Z offset calibration. All these little things. What time is it? 3 o'clock, we're at 5 hours. Yeah, we'll be printing way before 6 hours. At the very least, I'm gonna cap this at 6 hours. And we should be good. That's what we did last week, was 6 hours. So then the plan next week is going to be to get straight into putting the panels on it to actually finish the build, and then probably start an ABS print. And that might be printing like the clicky parts. Maybe set it up to start printing the clicky parts. And so next week will be a lot of finish the panels and print and chill and give away the V0. Does that mean Bluetooth? What kind of data can you collect with that? Never mind, I didn't say that. Input shaper and pressure advance eventually. Yeah. So I'm not gonna try to tune those for this first print. This is just first PLA print. Next week we'll, if we're quick on the panel installation, then maybe we should do an input shaper tune and then start a print, and that'll take a good amount of time for that. So, and then probably the following weekend we'll install the clicky, and I don't know if we're going to get to much else before I have to send this off. That is warmed up, so let's just try extruding a little bit of plastic here. And I guess I'll go here. Yep, it's extruding. So that's moving in the right direction. Let's move this back down to, I usually run about 160 for a setting things up temperature. Soft, but not oozing. Someone mentioned we need to check our probe offsets. So let's go through and check all that stuff. Make sure we're not missing anything here. So down on probe, our Y offset should be 25. So thank you for remembering that. Is there anything else I should check? Heart rate sensor would be useful. Absolutely. Oh, do we know that this is a... Is there anything that says what that sensor is? Ah, there we go. It's actually a Semitech 104 NT4, which is going to screw up our PID values. Shoot. It's a Semitech 104 NT4. Semitech 104 NT4. Darn it. It's not a generic one. Where was that? Where is that? There it is. This has a dragon, Jared. So that ends up needing to go there. Which means we need to redo the PID tune. Which means we need to let it cool down a little bit. Semitech 104 NT4. Wait, where are you sending it? So this particular printer is hopefully gonna get shipped off to Murph, but it will ultimately end up being LDO's printer. I'm not keeping this one. It's a 300 build. I don't really have room. I may end up with a 250 build later. DJ Natty, I have a Rapido on this printer here. This one has a Rapido. Did you mount the stealth burner on this Trident? No, not yet. It will get a stealth burner. I forgot to clean the bed too. I'm forgetting all kinds of stuff. Well, if I have more small printers, I can fit more printers. Rapid O. It's not Rapido? I like Rapido. Cool down. Okay, Rapid O. I get it. Just build a bigger building. That's what my wife tells me. Turn on, oh, that's a good idea. Turn on the parts fan. My print macros okay? Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. It's gonna tell it to do a bunch of stuff it doesn't need to do. Here, while we're waiting. Here, let's save this as 300 Trident. And let's set the build area 300 by 300. Oops, what the? 300 tab 300. There we go. It's Whopping Puckered. I know that one. Max print height should be 300. And custom G code. Let's see here. We're not going to do a calibrate Z. Yep, that's good. So my start G codes from the slicer don't do any of the print prep stuff. I do all that ahead of time. Rapido. You forgot a heat set on the fan bracket. On the fan bracket. Are you up to current, Mark? Are you watching about an hour and a half ago? This is a much more sensible time to be awake. What time is it where you are, Phil? Rapido. Rapido. Okay, so I'm gonna call that okay. We're gonna fudge a PLA time paradox on. That's true, DJ. You're absolutely right. That needs to be typed. He'll answer in about an hour and a half. Let's go 210 on the there. Let's go 70. Oops. Hit the wrong button. 70 here. It's been a bit. Cooling, go 100%. Any bridges? Advanced. Custom G code. Let's just leave some pressure advance, some guest pressure advance. Ah, okay, it got down low enough. Let's save this as, let's just say generic PLA. Oops. PLA. Let's take a detour over to, oops, here and do a PID tune on the hot end. If you're current, Mark, it's all good. I appreciate the help. It's all good. That's doing that. That's not what I wanted. I want here. I'm just gonna send it with my regular ABS printer settings. And we're gonna grab Cali Dragon. What do we want to do? You guys said we need to scale it 150%. Let's go, but let's go like 2 and way less infill. And how long is that going to take? An hour? We're not going to see it finish, but at least we can hopefully get it going. Slice the dragon. Yep, we got it all sliced. Sanity, you're back. Or did you ever leave? Doing a DOS PID tune, and then I think we're just gonna send it so we can get some plastic out of here. That's an awful late train. Oh, we didn't do a Z offset. Congratulations, Sanity. It's about time. Pre-congratulations. I'll do a real congratulations once it's posted. These streams are slowly socializing my wife how much time I will be locked in my workshop building your 2.4 R2. We want plastic. That just finished. So let's, is that right? Am I up to, yep. Let's save the config and set the Z offset and send it. So you guys remind me what else I might be missing. So let's warm this up to a reasonable and 70. And let's home it all. still good on all this? Yep. Oh, that's slow. I need to speed all that up. That's okay. Z-tilt. How has this music been? It's a different track by the same Stream Beats person. It's called Cherry Soda. It's supposed to be new. I thought it sounded okay. I'm curious what you guys think. Where is it? Manual leveling, Z end stop calibrate. Pretty chill. Okay, then we're gonna home again. Now, we didn't do an extrusion multiplier calibration or anything like that. It's stuff we should do. But we're gonna just get this Z end stop calibrated and send it. So right now we're in this configuration now, this interface. Let's see if I can get this into it there. So starting with manual Z probe, use test Z to adjust the position. So you do test Z, Z equals minus, I'm gonna say about 7. Gonna move us closer to the bed, and I got really close. And I'm gonna take a piece of paper here and go minus 0.5. And I can probably go one more time. Now I'm gonna go minus 0.1 because I think I'm really close. And we just step our way down until probably right there. So you get that friction on between the paper and the bed. And that's a little tight, but I think we're gonna be okay there. So I'm gonna call it. So with that right there, we're gonna accept and save config. So that will restart. Hey, Thomas, see you later. Yeah, you get used to kind of figuring out where you're gonna be, what that distance is, and just go for it. Okay, so let's get this warm up back going. And get the bed warming up. And home it all. What can I do for... See if I can get some height here. There we go. Tall printer needs a lot of help for the camera. There we go. Z-tilt. So nils, I don't run any of my print prep stuff in my start macros in the slicer. I do all my the pre-print stuff manually before I start a print. So we'll be okay. I'm running the home, a Z-tilt, and then a home, and then I can start the print. And you notice that didn't take, the nice thing about Trident is it doesn't sag in between firmware restarts or power off. So it did one round and it was done. Okay, let's go back here. And we've got the slicer. I don't have this set up. We can do this, if anybody has seen this before. We can add a printer, and I think this is fine. LDO, Trident, local, and test. Say okay. Oops. Name of the device. Trident 3. I mean, this gets messy. I hate the naming. One thing I don't like about Prusa Slicer is all this naming stuff. Save. Now we can go over here and slice it and send it directly to the printer. So now if we go over to the, it's not what I wanted. And go to the G-code files, we have the Kali Dragon sitting here. So let's get it going. Are we ready? Did I miss anything? I hope not. We're doing it. I can fix the naming stuff. Uh-oh. Well, that was wrong. That was a problem. That drove right into the bed. Why did it do that? Charlie, that's not a good idea. That drove, I mean, not hard into the bed. But why did it do that? Why did it do that? Let's firmware restart. Why did it do that? Let's keep it warmed up. The probe Z offset doesn't matter. The probe Z offset doesn't matter. You just need the Z end stop calibrated. We don't use the probe to set. The probe is only used for. I think you're right, Jesper. I think you're on the right track. I think what's going on, and let me try to explain this. Let's go to the printer config. Now, if you remember, our Z offset we ended up with was like minus 0.8 something. Let's go down here to the bottom of this. Oh, well, it did. It saved it. When you split your config like I have, if you don't have the corresponding value in printer.config, it doesn't always do this saved config stuff properly. The bed was level when I set the offset. I did a home, I did a Z tilt, and then I did a home again, and then I set the offset. Let's go to here and stepper Z. Position end stop is commented out as it should be. Check if nozzle tip hits middle of Z end stop pin after Z tilt. It did. It did. Oh, I didn't home. No, it shouldn't matter. It didn't actually change. It shouldn't have mattered that much. Get a little bit of a view of Charlie at least. Actually, let's go back here. What am I missing? What is this Z offset? What should this Z offset be? Let's see what the example config has for the... What was I looking for? Probe Z offset. It seems weird having a 6 something value there. Z offset 0. Yeah, that's a remnant from Clicky, I think. Is that what's going on? Is that what's causing the problem? Let's find out. I did run the Z end stop calibrate 007. 160. 70. Did LDO said when Voron Trident kit will be available to buy? I saw your Voron stream for 8 months ago, but it had not been for sale yet. Yeah, that was the initial release of Trident I did a build from. The kit should be in a few months. Maybe it's using the Z-tilt value since you removed the bed mesh relative value. Let's just go. No, that's fine, 007. No problem with the questions. I appreciate the everything. Something might spark something more, the idea of what's going on. See you, Brent Miller. Thanks for being here. Let's do this again. Let's run through and see if we get a similar Z end stop value as we got before. So let's just go through this. We're gonna, actually, let's do this. We're gonna home. We should end up with that similar, if everything is correct, we should end up with the similar Z calibrate value. So let's just do it again. I just did a firmware restart. Did I not do a firmware restart? Let's do it. Let's get this back to warmed up. Yeah, no problem. It's home. Z-tilt. There. I did a save config after the Z offset, yep. Just let it do its. So home, Z-tilt. Yeah. We checked both places on our twig, just looking at what might be going on. I think the Z offset got saved correctly, but the probe offset might be screwing us up. It makes sense that it would be, I think. Oh, it's going again. Oh, mic is muffled. Look at this. It's like a freaking kid. There we go. Now we're gonna home again. Z tilt is done, now we're homing. Yeah. Now we want to, this is going to be harder to do one-handed. We're going to run our Z calibrate, test Z equals, let's go -9, -8. Oh, I could have gone -9. Let's go -1. 0.5. Now I get the piece of paper in there. Point 1. 0.1. Well, I could probably go another couple of 0.1s probably. And I bet you we're at 0.05 here. Yep. And let's go 0.02. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Now, we're gonna accept this. Accept. And save config, right? So everybody's seeing me do all this. Oh, and 0.92, that's really close to what we had before. We were at 0.85 before. So if we save that at 0.92, let's home this to get that off the... Charlie is a dog, yes. Now, we save that, so if we go to the machine and go to printer config down here at the bottom, it is saving that, 0.92. So we home, let's do a Z-tilt. .007, I wouldn't have put it past me to forget that. So it's good to go through these steps again. See ya, Mr. K. Charlie is annoyed you aren't in your chair so he can be on your lap. Well, this is how he would sit on, because I usually lean back and he'll lay right here when I'm in my chair. Is there any difference with the one you got for 8 months ago and the kit that you just got here? Is one better than the other in parts? The one I built about 8 months ago was basically self-sourced. I did use a lot of LDO parts in it, but the individual things were collected individually. This is a kit with the wiring harness is the biggest changes in them. And the other change is for LDO, not for Trident spec. This is a 300 Z height instead of 250. That is done, so one more home after the Z tilt. Went back and saw, I did go straight to the save config, okay. Now we might as well go here and say, start the print. And let's see where it goes here. So I'm gonna be ready to cancel this. Okay, that's good. So last time it drove the nozzle into the bed by like 0.5 millimeter. It wasn't much. Now it's hovering where it usually does when I'm printing. So I'm feeling better about this. I'm gonna go into the fine tuning so I can baby step this if I have to. Blow the cat hair out of the way. Okay, actually looks pretty good. I don't feel like I need to baby step it. Well, maybe a little bit. Cool. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. We're printing. We're pushing plastic. I don't have to change that at all. I'm thinking it's okay. I went down a couple of notches after it did the purge line here. I went down 0.02. Maybe when Clicky is installed, look at the Auto Z edition. Oh, I use Auto Z on every one of my Clicky or Euclid installs, Stephen. Absolutely. It makes it so much easier. How tolerant is Charlie in this position? I mean, could I do anything right now to annoy Charlie so he leaves on his own, Will, and without putting him down? Oh, I could probably annoy him enough. Oh, I see, John. Thank you. I get it. Oh, let's see if this makes a difference. Let's turn the LEDs on. A little bit. I can't really get a view in there to see how that... Oh yeah, first layer is going down awesome. Uh-oh. Oops. Okay, Charlie, you got to go down over here. There you go. Oh. Charlie didn't like the flashlight. Someone should make a tool head with LEDs in it. That would be cool. Should get on that. And Charlie comes back to her. I see what you did there. Have you seen Quick Draw V2? It uses these countersunk magnets, but only for the purpose of the hole. Then you screw them down with a wafer head screw with one of them flipped. I haven't seen that. What print speed do I have here? We can look at the print speeds. I'm using I didn't change it from my ABS profile, so it's going reasonably quick. Those are my settings. Let me take care of the bots. Popular today. So those are the settings. Hopefully it's okay. It's curling up a bit. I don't know if the cooling's enough for this speed. Well, we'll see. The edges are curling up a bit. See you, Andres. What acceleration? 4 to 8,000, depending on the thing, is in the slicer. I think it's less than that in the machine. Oh, max acceleration is 8,000. So it's going 4 to 8,000, depending on what it's doing. It's not going to be a pretty print. It's going a little too fast for this. It's going a little too fast for the cooling and the filament. Oh, and it's not going to finish. It's about to lose it. The fan's on max. It's 100% fan. Yeah, the fan's at 100%. Yeah, it's not going to survive. Oh, there it goes. It's gone. I had a good first layer. And let's see. It could have been down a little bit more, but still the cooling on these overhangs wasn't. That's a pretty good overhang though. Let's try again. We got a little bit. We got a little bit. I'm gonna do this. And this. We're gonna try it again. Little bit of smeared around glue stick. And we're gonna go into the slicer, and we're going a little, let's tone this down. So 80, and I'm just guessing here. I don't even know what we should do here. I'm just gonna tone it down to let's save this as PLA. I'm gonna leave all the rest of it. I'm just gonna slow it down a little bit. And we're gonna baby step it down a little bit more on the next print. Oh, we got more. What the? Oh, Jared got it. Thanks, Jared. The options went weird on me. So let's send this to the printer. Oops, wrong one. Get it back up to temperature. Minimum layer time and cooling. You think I should change that? we got keep fan always on, and it's not on auto cooling. So we're at 100% all the time. Oh, disable, oh, well, first layer. See ya, Killer Prince, thanks for being here. We're just doing printing now, so. Let's upload that. Enable auto cooling and set the minimum layer time if you want it to slow down. Oh, I slowed it down. Let's see what it does. Let's home it. Let's just do it again. Climax Boy, hi guys, why are some of the names in green and blue? So green names are members of the channel and blue names are moderators. See ya, Pie-Eyed. Z-Tilt. Maybe save the offset. I didn't have to, well, no, but it'll save what I did, and I'm just gonna baby step down another couple steps. I didn't reset it, so it'll save whatever the offset was from before, and I'll just go a couple more. So the green, I think the little icon next to your names will change color over time. I think your names still stay green, right? Get that, and then one more home. I do not have any Delta printers. I've never gotten around to getting one. Okay, now we're gonna start the print. Everything's still looking good. And it's gonna heat up the temperature and we'll try again. I don't have any Delta printers yet. That's true. I don't have any yet. Are there any kits out there that require building? See, that's the problem. I've gotten a few offers from companies. Do you want to review our Ender 3 clone printer? And I'm like, but it says right here, it's 90% built. And honestly, this actually happened. Someone responded and said, well, you could take it apart and put it back together. Because I told them my channel is about building. It doesn't interest me if I have to build it. I mean, if it's already built. Let's see how this one does. That looks good. Build Timit's Delta. Steve disassembles and then reassembles. That's not as fun. Trouble is kits can be 3 bolts or 300 pieces. Yeah. I mean, from what I can see, it looks okay. Hopefully the slower speed and the glue stick helps it stay together. And I mean, the slower speed should hopefully help keep the edges from curling up. And I didn't help it before because I had no fan for the first 3 layers. So those edges started curling up in those on layers 2 and 3. So maybe going full fan at layer 2 like I should for PLA will help. Any members that subscribe? I did subscribe when he made the first Voron for 8 months ago. Yeah, so YouTube has a feature for becoming a member of a channel. So you can subscribe to channels, and that's just part of YouTube. It's free, everything. They have a feature for monetized channels where you can become a member, and it's like Patreon. It's basically Patreon, but in the YouTube ecosystem. And for my channel, what that is you're supporting my channel, and then I'm going to be doing a members only live streams about once a month, where we'll find something else to talk about and print and chill type stuff. Three-bolt kits are to get around regulation. The EU differentiates between finished goods and assemble yourself to make shipping and making shipping cheaper. I see that. I tend to have to run, just by experience on my other printers, I tend to have to run PLA a little higher, Andrew, on the bed temp. Especially on these nicer plastics like the Jessie, the eSun PLA Plus, the Prusament. I tend to run a little hotter on the bed. It's hard to tell if there's less curling so far. Give it a couple more layers. The higher the bed temp for PLA, the higher the shrinkage. Yeah, maybe I am running it too high. I don't print very much. I don't print very much PLA anymore. I find Jessie needs a higher nozzle temp than most PLA. Yeah. So I have a, let me see. I was printing these lightsabers, and I was getting all the way up to 245 on Prusament Galaxy Black for this. I think this was printed at 245. How do you add the purge line to the G code? I can show you. We'll see how this one lasts. Here in your printer settings, in the custom G code, your start G code here, if we step through this, it's gonna go through a few things, but here, after it's done heating up and it's ready to print, there's this movement for extruding 8 millimeters, which is a little purge bubble. And then it moves 125 in the X direction, extruding 28 millimeters of filament, and that's that intro line. So it's moving 125 millimeters, extruding 28 millimeters of plastic during that move. It's just these 4 lines of code is the purge line. Oh, well, 6 or 5 if you include where it starts it. excuse me. Would you consider the triple belt Z mod Tri-Zero for one of your V0.1s? No, probably not. Not that it's not a cool mod, but that I have 3 V0s, and I kind of in my mind, I think what I'm going to do is do some minor mods on my V0.0. I have the V0.1 that I have set up that's just kind of staying lock in step with the V0 releases. So I built it as a V0.1. When V0.2 comes out, it'll get the spec build for that. And then I have an LDO kit that's going to be whatever LDO wants to change or try on the V0. That's the one that goes for that. So having another one to try some of the other V0 mods doesn't really fit in the space I have. But I am going to build, like I said, I'm going to build a salad fork as my small printer mod thing. Thanks again, LDO, Steve, and Charlie, for the win. Yes, congratulations again, Mike. We'll sleep well. And I appreciate, I really like seeing, it feels good to see the folks that win still be around and obviously care and not just be here for the drawing. And not that I assume they're not if I don't hear from you like this, but it is nice to hear. The person who won the first giveaway I did, they were still around later in the stream, and I like that. Yeah, you'll hear from Jason sometime in the next few days. I think this one might make it. I'm not seeing any curling, and what I thought might be curling is the scales as it starts. I'm guessing a lot of people just joined to do the giveaway, and that's fine. It just makes me feel that little bit of extra nice when someone's still around and it's obviously someone who cares. But it's not something I worry about otherwise, right? It's not worth worrying about. You're right, Tiny. Everybody who's still here is an MVP. I mean, we're at 6 hours right now, and how many people do we have here? We're at 6 hours and 226 people still here. No, 137. It needed to update. Still, 137 people at 6 hours? That's nuts. And over 200 likes? So I think this print is going to finish. I'll let it go. I'll post this on Twitter once it finishes. So Steve_builds is my Twitter handle. So if you're not following me now, most of what I post is pre and post stream stuff. Sometimes I'll post a picture of Charlie doing something funny. Midnight in the UK already? You're gathering your luck for the 0.1 giveaway? I would enter that one if I could. Is it a stream world record for the fastest? Yeah, we're printing in 5 streams, and they weren't ridiculously long streams. I think I did some pretty long streams when I was building the first one of these. And the LDO 2.4 kit I built was, I think it was like 8 streams before I was printing. 7 or 8. And I feel like I've spent a lot more time in chat here than in previous streams too. And still being done in 5 streams, that's pretty impressive. That's actually looking pretty good. That's looking pretty good. Let's see if we can get a little closer. How's that? Yeah, I have no complaints there. I know the light is, yeah, it's a little too bright for the camera, but yeah, everything's working good. I'm pleased. I'm so glad we didn't burn out those fans earlier. Very much a case of two mistakes adding up to okay. So what do we have here? So today is the 29th. Speaking of too bright, Sparta 3D has black socks for the Dragon hot end, so I can get rid of the bright pink when my stealth burner LEDs are on. Yes, and the stealth burner LEDs will bleach the orange socks. I don't know how much they bleach the black ones, but the black would probably be better for that. What is the screen on that Trident? It's a Waveshare 4.3-inch capacitive touchscreen DSi display. You can find them on Amazon. Waveshare 4.3 DSi is what I searched for, and you can find it. Yeah, we are solid. It's not lifting at all. It's not curling anymore. It still seems to be going at a good pace. How long did the slicer say this was going to take? It says 1 hour and 13 minutes. We only lost 3 minutes from the estimate from the last one. We need a Charlie print. That would be awesome if somebody wanted to do a Charlie print. I'd be all over that. Palfest, they're the Waveshare versus the Big Tree Tech ones. There's not a big difference. They're both, I think they're both quality screens, but the mounts aren't cross compatible. They'll need unique mounts for them. So my suggestion is find a mount you like, or at least make sure there's a mount for the screen you want before buying it. Anyone seen the Sparta 3D Sparkle Orange ABS? If so, how did it look? I have some. I think I gave the print I did on it to somebody. Oh, this is it. This is it right. Oops. This is it right here. This is the Sparta Sparkle Orange. I don't have a good print to show you though. It looks pretty good. There. I'll check that later, Paul. Thank you. Can you make an annex? Of course you mean I mean make a video series for it. I'm not planning on any annex builds. It's not, I don't have room for it. It's just not in, it's not really, a lot of what they're doing is really interesting. Some of the design stuff is cool, but I'm not really interested in building one right now. I'd probably look at something like a Crow XY or something like that before I went in the other direction. I have some Sparkle Cloud Gray too. I ordered about eight or nine. Well, I ordered about a dozen spools in the last couple of months, but I ordered a variety as well to check out. Sparkle Gray was one. If you could keep only 2 of your printers, what would they be? Probably my two 250s. The V2 250 and the orange Trident 250. I did my 2.4 in Hatchbox transparent orange and have never been happier with the color. So be careful. Those transparent colors we've seen them get very brittle over time. So just keep an eye on it. You may be fine. But transparent ABS is not really ABS. It's a different formula. It's not the best stuff. So just keep an eye on parts. If you start having problems, you might want to look for areas where the plastic may have gotten brittle or whatever. Yeah, this is looking great. I'm gonna jinx it, but I don't see any reason. I don't see any signs that it won't finish. So. Yep. I'll be redoing my V2 in Sparkle Teal and either Sparkle Yellow or Coral. Interesting. I gotta pull that. I can't, especially when I don't have to open a door to get to it. How long is the print supposed to be? We're not gonna see it finish. We've got another, it's been going for, let's see. It's been going for 20 minutes. It's probably got at least another, well, I guess it only has about 20 minutes, but I don't know if you guys want to hang out, I'll hang out. Sparta Galaxy ABS Plus is kind of transparent. This is the, I mean, this printer is printed in the Sparta Galaxy ABS Plus. It's not transparent at all. I should buy a V2 frame from Jason and go that route. Your OG Voron using Masumi extrusions, that's what mine is. Yeah, this is going quick enough. If you guys want to keep chatting, I'll hang around. I did work on something that I can talk about this week. I had talked about when we did the, when we were working on the switch wire for the Enraged Rabbit setup. I put the Lineo harness on there, and I said I would, off stream, I would clean up the wiring for that. I might actually have a picture of that. Thanks, Jared. I finished cleaning it up, and I think it turned out pretty well. I know this is terrible, showing a cell phone picture on camera, but this is all the wiring, all nice and neat, everything cleaned up, and it works. The printer's all working, so worked on that today. Jack Greer, thanks for becoming a member. But it's good engagement, Jared. I find if I scroll up, at least on my interface, if I scroll up, then it stops auto scrolling and I can click on them. That might be different in your interface though. So anyway, the switch wire is now ready for the next step in the ERCF. It's now ready for the next step in the ERCF build. So we'll be getting to that probably right after I get back from Murph. I have a big window open. If I scroll basically at all, I'm too far back. How are we doing? We're doing good. Oh, you're back, Pied. Hello. What's that company logo on your coffee cup there? Oh, on here, on this? So Fleet Feet is, I think they're national, but they have local chains here. Running store, running apparel and shoes. So, for a good while there, I was doing a lot of running. Like I think I hit, I don't know how many miles, regularly hitting over 100 miles a month. Did I hit 200 miles? A lot of miles, a lot of running. When do I have to ship this to Murph? I need to do some estimates on when it needs to leave here in order to get there in time, but probably at least a week ahead of time. So, probably at least a week ahead of time to make sure it gets there. Other than looking great, what's the upside of having clipper screen? I think it's just the interface works pretty well for just walking up to the printer and needing to do a few basic things. One thing I like to be able to do with it is shut down the printer from the screen. You can shut down the Pi from there. How do you ship a full build Voron? Lots of padding and a very big box. Lots of padding in a very big box. We're looking at flight cases, but then shipping it with UPS. My flight there has a layover at a location, so I don't want to check any baggage on the way because I'm flying into Chicago and then have to drive, and I don't want to have something not make the plane change and have to wait around Chicago for it. So on the way there, nothing is getting checked. But I'm thinking about shipping one of my V0s there, and since my flight on the way back is nonstop, I may check it on the way back to get it home. I bought a V2.4 build plate and got one for the Trident. Do you know of any videos on drilling the holes for the 2.4? I'm a little worried on messing up a $150 build plate. And are you sure that a lot of the places out there are making build plates that have the hole patterns for both? Yours doesn't have the hole patterns for both? DJ Natty. Yeah, moving this around, LDO's got it. LDO's got it covered. Airline is responsible for delivery to destination, even if that is far away from destination. I don't want to deal with it though. So it's easier to ship it. I'll just pay to ship my V0. So for me to get my V0 there, I'm going to deal with it. This guy, LDO's dealing with. I just have to be the person that physically does the stuff. Yeah, this is going good. Where are we at? 39%, it's 27 minutes in. The percent is not accurate, but it's thinking we got another 16 minutes, I think. The one you got only has the hole spacing for Trident. So I know Nero has a video on drilling out build plates. You might want to check through his video catalog. Is LDO a huge company with lots of employees, or they outsource everything? I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure what their operations look like. Oh, I should do this. Sorry. You guys don't need to be looking at the side of my cheek. I hold my 2.4 2,000 miles in a U-Haul. Did the best to fix the gantry and loose pieces. It took 30 hours of redoing to get it back into running condition. Ouch. I will be doing a lot of making sure things don't move when I package it up. Brian Snell, I thought about that. Putting the V0 inside the Trident. I don't think there's quite enough room to do it safely. I thought about it though. Luke, see you later. It feels like it's just Jason against the world. Well, what LDO's done is very smart, right? They have somebody in Jason and now his team who embed themselves and get involved in the communities for this. So it looks like Jason's is LDO because that's who is doing this, who's finding out what the need is and what the communities want, and they're catering to that. And I think we're all benefiting from it. I'd like to see more of that from other places. But we're not yet. I mean, at the large scale, there's a lot of great vendors in our communities. Have you had any issues with the clicky and first layer being too high? Well, I have lots of like variation in first layer no matter what I do. I just recently installed some backers on my purple Trident to see how that does for trying to keep things more consistent. But I usually have to adjust things a little bit per print. Jason is the only guy in the US, right? I'm not sure. I don't know. Cameron, the new person who's helping out, I don't know where they are. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Jason, it looks like he's starting to build a team of people in the community. Cameron, and there was another person, right? I see Cameron more than the other person, but I think there's a couple of folks that are working on that, but I don't know where they're based. David's in China. He's on the kind of the back end of this stuff. He's really good to deal with. Leo, we're finishing off this print. So we're not actually doing anything here, but just chilling, printing and chilling. But it is printing. Mike came up with a question if you should take a Voron to a trade show, what to do if you don't have the internet. So I think we'll set up a hotspot or set it up to connect to my phone as a hotspot so I can start prints at least. So little local network stuff you should be able to do if you wanted to take a printer to a trade show and print off of it. Torx Fighter, I've gotten really consistent results after installing frame compensation. I have it set up on that purple Trident, but I couldn't say that it's set up well. It could probably use some tweaks. Looking pretty good. Yeah. So Nick Slater, there's frame expansion compensation, which is a plugin that someone came up with. What is it? What is their name? Someone will bring up their name. I'm drawing a blank. but what it does is it takes readings. There's a script that you run, and it takes 3 hours where it heats up the build plate and takes measurements at a periodic rate for 3 hours and measures the rate that the frame is expanding as it heat soaks. It uses a sensor, a temperature sensor connected. You connect one to your frame, and you have a chamber sensor, and then it takes those values and creates a frame expansion coefficient and a plug-in for Moonraker to use that. Whopping Puckered, I don't think it's Alchemy, is that right? That actually, Whopping was involved in setting it up and that kind of thing, but I don't think they did was the full thing. If anything, it was a group effort, I think. This has been a great Sunday. When the stream started, I began printing parts for the Clockwork 2. I just finished it. Yep. Who was here? There is the problem, thing about here, let's go here. The frame expansion stuff. Let's try this. Yeah, Alchemy. It's the documentation, I think, could still be fleshed out for folks that aren't like familiar with all of this. But if you search for frame expansion GitHub, you'll end up here. It's Alchemy. Information is here, how to install it, how to configure it, how to run the script. So. That's awfully cute. Print quality looks pretty good. I don't have any complaints right there. Nope, we got more. Oh, looks like Jared got him. Thanks, Jared. Popular. None of us are losers, I promise. Not a single one of us. Got a little curl up on that chin. Hopefully it survives. Definitely geeks and nerds, but not losers. What else? Yeah, just doors and panel parts are all that's left over there. It's almost 1:30 a.m. I'm supposed to make a wire loom umbilical for my Trident, but never got to it because of the stream. Gotta multitask. At least have it on in the background. Thanks for a nice evening. We'll see you next weekend, Paul. Thank you. What do we got? I can't multitask. Oh, that's the orange printer. 61%. It's been going for about 40 minutes, 38 minutes. You're starting another Trident build after this stream, John? What color, what size? On that Cali Dragon, the horns are where I had curling and popped it off the plate and was Jesse PLA, so I'm curious if mine completes. Well, I hope it completes. Too hard to multitask between watching Steve chatting and printer monitoring. No mental cycles left. Yeah. Reality really is disappointing. In Terminator, they have invincible killer robots from the future. In real life, we just have robots that call you a loser. Red extrusions, a 300 build, light gray and red ASA. Is that like a bright red or? That'll look good. Light gray, what brand is the filament? I wonder if we can get some views on. You can see the little bit of curling that's going on. Matte red Polymaker. Okay. I haven't tried any of the Polymaker ASA. I need to buy a roll to see what I think of it. I've only used their ABS, and then there are other filaments. I've got their PC Max, which apparently they changed the name of it. I've had it for a long time. Some of their nylon, and I've tried their carbon fiber PLA, and I think that's about it. I need to try their ASA. I wish they would have sent me the build plate you have on the Trident right there. I can see the holes for the 2.4 are started on that one. Yep, this has the pattern for both. Who did you get the build plate from, if you don't mind? Can you talk about what needs to be done different if using Stealth Burner on a 2.4 R2 build from an LDO kit? So as the LDO kit comes, Mark, the Toolhead PCB that it comes with isn't compatible with the Clockwork 2, which is still in beta. So the recommendation is to build the Clockwork 1, which is what we did here, and then put the Stealth Burner front on it. So you're running the Stealth Burner cooling setup, but the Clockwork 1 extruder. So you're printing Stealth Burner. Stealth Burner is the fan face and then the hot end mount. So this is all Stealth Burner, right? This will bolt directly to the front of Clockwork 1. And then there's a little wire cover that works for this on here. Does that help? Super Smash Ryolu. I hate to keep asking, but my Trident, when I move in the X only, I can see the Y move forward or back slightly. I did have some grinding in my belt and replace, still an issue. So I would really be looking at, if you can see here, the alignment, the vertical alignment of your pulleys here is where I would be looking at things. Check the vertical alignment of your pulleys and make sure you can see bits of the pulley teeth above and below the belt when everything is has been moved. Is there a stealth printer like wire cover for the Galileo? Is there for... I haven't found one. I'd like to actually find one. I haven't looked really hard though either. What? Max! Z-wire cover tumor, yes. Welcome, Max. I mean, I'm 6.5 hours in. But it's printing. It's printing. We'll put some panels on it next weekend and print some ABS. Oh, 007, I thought, is it a embedded magnets build plate? Is that what's going on? They wanted to see the print finish. So I got talked into sticking around. I talked myself into sticking around. Now I need to design and print parts to lock the gantry during the travel. It's called a zip tie. Lots of zip ties. That's probably what's going to be. Bots disappear and Max shows up. Right now, we're not printing ABS. We're printing Brad's Orange Glitter Jesse PLA. The amount of cat hair on my shirt is ridiculous. He crawled up on my shoulders earlier. It's a mag bed. They're regular beds, they do universal. There must be some reason why they don't do the mag beds universal. The belts look very straight to me and wasn't an issue at the beginning. I was thinking one of the motors going bad or something. That vertical alignment is very hard to see, Super Smash Ryolu. So check your pulleys here. Just get a good look. If you don't see, that's a 7mm gap on the pulleys and a 6mm belt. You should see teeth of that pulley above and below the belt if it's in a good spot. Otherwise, it could push it out of the way and cause extra friction, which can cause your shifting of the axes. It'll cause extra belt wear. It's not about whether the belts look straight. It's about whether they're lining up on the teeth of the pulley right here, if you can see. Yeah, this is going. I'm happy with this. These very bright color zip ties so you don't forget to remove them during homing after the move. That's a good idea. Yeah, if you think that's not what was advertised, absolutely reach out to Mandela. The owner there's a good guy. He's easy to work with. So reach out if you think it wasn't quite what was advertised. See you, DC Sublime. Thanks for being here. Yeah, and as Hypertoxic says, always check the grub screws. It's usually the grub screws. I mean, for no tuning CNC maker, I think it looks pretty good. We didn't do any extrusion tuning. I just took the values from the other Trident. Will the extruder gears in my first Trident build be compatible with Stealthburner CW2, or is that a separate set of parts? It's the same parts. They're the Bondtech BMG gears. You don't use the 17-tooth brass or whatever gear that connects to the NEMA 17 stepper. Instead, you use the round pancake stepper that has an integrated 10-tooth gear. Should you use red or blue thread lock? Never use red on this stuff. Blue at the most, or purple. Red Loctite requires heat to loosen. It's way too strong for this stuff. Yeah, don't use red. It's a bad idea. Yeah, anything that's going to nail polish, sure. I mean, I've got several printers here that don't have any Loctite. It hasn't bidden me yet, but that's not to say it won't. Had to duck for that one. We got about 9 minutes more is what the main cell's saying. Yep. Plenty of wood to knock on. Yeah, I'm pleased with this. That's a very good print. Oh. So doing the 7-hour stay, it looks like it. We're 18 minutes from it. That's okay. I don't work tomorrow, so I can get everything I need done tomorrow. I'm not gonna say anything. Is this going to be your serial video? No, I won't submit this for serial. Now, if LDO decides to submit something for serial, that's up to them. I got to remember the things we came across today, because all the wires being backwards on the controller fans. I might have to go through and step through the stream. I saw Jason and Dave both got serials recently. I don't remember what printer Dave's was, but Jason's was a V0. I'm not keeping this printer, Leo. It's a 300 build. It just ends up being just that little bit large for my area. So this ideally, if everything works out, this is going to get shipped to Murph. And it'll be at the LDO booth at Murph. But that's proving to be a little challenging in getting a package. Let's see if I can get any closer on this. There we go. Who's the authority behind serial numbers? Who keeps track? There's a group who assigns them, but there's a system between Reddit and a registry that keeps track of it, of submissions and assignments. There we are. Here's the horns. Someone said theirs failed on the horns. Jason's about 6 or 7 hours from me. California's a big state. I need printers in +1, but they need to start getting smaller so that it's like what is it, Moore's Law? They need to get smaller if I'm gonna fit more. If the x-axis needs to be stiffer, wouldn't the old twin 9mm rail system provide the needed stiffness? Does it need to be stiffer? Jason's like 45 minutes from you. He's in Orange County somewhere, right? 11 hours if I account for traffic, yeah. Especially, I mean, they've had so much road construction along 5 and 99. Solid fork is on the list. I have almost everything I need to do solid fork. I need to take the time to cut the extrusions to length because I'm using 1 meter maker beam extrusions for it. But it is ERCF, probably the ender to switch wire conversion, but we'll see whether it's that or solid fork. Mini 3D printers that use CD drive servos. I see those projects and they look so cool, but once you actually start one of those and realize that the CD drive that you grabbed or whatever is different enough, it gets to be a big project real quick. He's in Irvine? Oh, okay. Oh, there's quite a bit of curling on those horns, but quite a bit. We'll have to do the same print after Stealth Printer's on there. One more printer in California to make you get a carb exemption. Oh, I'm surprised they haven't contacted me for my power bill. You running a grow house? No, just a lot of printers. Oh yeah, the horns aren't thrilled. See you later, Max. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, those horns are not happy. We'll get a good look at them when they finish here. They're 96%. This will be I think this will be a good comparison. Throw the stealth burner cooling on here. What will it take to improve the horns? Cooling. Cooling and maybe slow it down. I didn't slow it down. You need any help getting that printer to Murph in 15 minutes from O'Hare Airport? We have someone close to the event, so thank you, but I think we'll be okay. I shifted the camera so it's not quite as well perched. I'm actually flying into Midway. So I'm flying Southwest. And I think Southwest does more into Midway than O'Hare. %. There we go. That turned out pretty good. Is there a camera for Voron inside the chamber that has nice quality and isn't going to break the bank you will recommend? So Dark Neutrino, real quick. Let's see here. Oops. This is the view of the camera I use on my Trident. It's one of the Waveshare OV56 something. Yeah, 5648s. That's what this is, and they seem to work pretty well. Do you recommend unloading the filament on the Revo after a print to prevent clogs? I wouldn't worry about it to prevent clogs, but it makes it a lot easier to switch nozzles if you need to, if you retract it a bit. Anyway, there we are. I've got a few of the Aukey 1080p webcams. They're pretty decent. You can get them for like $20 on sale. Yeah, there's several of these little laptop slim cameras that you can get even cheaper than that 5648. You may have to do custom USB cables on some of them though. They're not long enough. Let's see if this guy will, there we go. Little bit of heart toughness on the overhangs there. Definitely on the horns. But other than that, that turned out pretty darn good. Yeah. That is not bad. Let me get a better look at this thing. Oh yeah, where it's not an overhang, it is really good. Cool. Pleased with that. Yeah, I'll have to throw a stealth burner on here and do the same G-code even and see what happens. Okay, so with that, I think we're gonna call it. Remember next weekend, next Sunday, we're going to put the panels on it and really polish it up. Maybe put stealth burner on it. we'll see what we can fit into the stream. I'd like to start an ABS print next week, probably the clicky parts, and then the following weekend we'll install clicky and get all that set up. We're giving away a V0 kit next weekend. LDO has provided that. So with that, thank you everybody. 7 hours, especially everybody who's still here. But everybody who was here at all, who might be watching this, finishing it up later. Thanks for everybody who donated, everybody who become a member, everybody who donated memberships. That's awesome. Yeah, so, and thanks again to LDO for letting me do this in front of everybody. So we will see you next week. Have a good one. Bye.